An important moment in history. We're about to kick off the EU-U.S. Future Forum, and it has been organized at a quite important time. The Atlantic Council celebrates its 60th anniversary later this year, and as our name suggests, the transatlantic relationship has been the heart of our work since day one. And the Treaty of Paris, the agreement to create the European coal and steel community, the very beginnings of today's EU, was signed on April 18th, 1951, so 70 years ago. It went into force just a year later. Now we at the Atlantic Council, with our partners in Europe, are doubling down on transatlantic relations, on Europe-U.S. relations across our 14 programs and centers, and with our newly launched Europe Center, led by Director Ben Haddad and his amazing team, who have worked tirelessly with the European Union delegation to organize this forum. The transatlantic relationship is rooted in a deep and abiding history of common democratic values and shared strategic interests. And the same holds true today. But we can't rest on our laurels or ignore the challenges that lay ahead. For Americans, the European Union will continue to be a partner of first resort as we face rapid technological change, the global climate crisis, a more assertive China, and other existential questions. As this happens, the Atlantic Council will be here to build the platform where allies and partners can exchange frank views, seek consensus, and dream big to shape the future. We have a unique opportunity in 2021 with a post-COVID-19 recovery in sight, a new American administration in place. We're reinvigorating the transatlantic relationship and asking important questions. What do we expect from each other? What can we learn from each other? And most importantly, what can we achieve together in common cause on the international stage?
Yet before we begin to answer these questions, we must first remember the foundations upon which they are built. So Fred, as you just said, indeed, the European Union and the United States have a friendship that is imperative to the success of both, and a friendship that has been shared for over 7 decades. The EU traces its origins to May 9th, 1950, when Robert Schuman proposed the creation of the European coal and steel community as a method of collaboration with the goal of maintaining peace on the European continent. It was not an economic agreement, it was a peace agreement. We call this date Europe Day. And it is no coincidence that this flagship conference is taking place on the doorsteps of Europe Day 2021. The Schuman Declaration emerged directly from the Marshall Plan, in which the United States, as is well known, pledged its support to European recovery. From 1950 onward, the coal and steel community grew and eventually formed into what we now call the European Union. And the bond between the EU and the US has only strengthened. Together, dear friends, we share the world's largest trade relationship by far, contribute the most in global aid by far, and work to ensure that our democratic ideals and the guiding notion of human dignity prevail across a changing world. As both sides of the Atlantic continue to fight this virus by adapting our social norms and administering vaccines, we now need, once again, one might argue more than ever, to rebuild a global system to come out of the COVID crisis stronger. Our relationship was founded out of global dire straits, and it continues to strengthen with every new global challenge and opportunity. We are, in short, stronger together.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. And to better illustrate the reality of this relationship and the importance it plays in times like these, we are proud to bring you this forum, in which we will explore a variety of topics that are paramount to understanding and developing our ideas and policies. Over the next 3 days, we will share expert insights, tackle problems, generate new ideas, and help to identify policy recommendations as we explore the most important elements of the US-EU relationship. This will go from the future of tech and inclusive transatlantic recovery to democracy, rule of law, and climate change. We'll also feature some exciting areas of transatlantic cooperation you may not expect from a gathering like this one, such as space exploration, combating organized crime, and cutting-edge medical research.
Now, to highlight these topics, Fred, and force a productive and informative discussion on each one, the Future Forum will be showcasing over 70 leaders and experts from both sides of the Atlantic in a variety of formats to ensure that all of you who have joined us get the best possible experience. Our amazing lineup includes Commission Vice Presidents and Commissioners of the European Union, heads of state and foreign ministers of our member states in Europe, members of the cabinet of President Biden, US senators and congressional representatives, business leaders, media members, key figures of academia and think tanks, and many more in between. These people are excellent representatives of the transatlantic relationship. They feel it in their heart, in addition to presenting it in their work. And together, we'll elucidate on the challenges facing us today, the plans we have for tomorrow, and the imperative nature of maintaining the strength of our bonds. Now, as I said earlier, Fred, the EU and the US are stronger when we work together. And through this forum, all of you will come to not only understand this, but grasp the importance, I hope, of it. And in doing so, turn your mind to what's ahead with a desire to tackle the challenges facing us as one. It is, after all, the Future Forum.
I'm so glad you put it that way, Mr. Ambassador, because this is teamwork. It's not just teamwork between US and EU leaders, it's teamwork of our people, and it's the teamwork of our two teams that put together this amazing lineup. The Future Forum will be taking place over 3 days from 8:45 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern Time on each of these 3 days, today, Thursday, and Friday. For updates and to learn more about the agenda, go to atlanticcouncil.org. It's not too late to register.
Yes, we keep saying this, but it really isn't. There's a lot of talking ahead. So when you do register, you will have the opportunity to download the Atlantic Council event app on which this forum is being hosted, where you can interact with the panels and ask your questions. Meanwhile, be sure to engage in the ongoing discussion by using the hashtag EUFF2021.
And to give you more information, here are our MCs for the day. Benjamin Haddad, the director of our newly launched Europe Center, fearless leader of the EU-U.S. Future Forum in partnership with our friends at the EU Delegation, and Leah Schuneman, deputy director of the Transatlantic Security Initiative within the Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security. So Ben, over to you.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. We're thrilled to welcome you all at the inaugural EU-U.S. Future Forum. I'm Ben Haddad, the director of the Europe Center at the Atlantic Council. I'm joined today by my fellow MC, Leah Schuneman, who's deputy director at the Transatlantic Security Initiative at the Atlantic Council's Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security.
We'll be with you at the Atlantic Council headquarters throughout the first day of the EU-U.S. Future Forum, providing key updates and announcements, letting you know what's ahead, and hopefully having some fun along the way. Now, we know you're not actually here to see us, but before we can get started, a few housekeeping items.
Join the conversation on social media using the hashtag EUFF2021. As a reminder, you can still register for the event at atlanticcouncil.org and download the Atlantic Council event app. That's where you'll find the complete agenda with live streams, detailed speaker information, and any up-to-date one leader who is leading the charge on defending our shared values and fostering a resilient transatlantic relationship. To introduce our first speaker, I'll turn the floor over to Damon Wilson, Executive Vice President of the Atlantic Council.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Leah. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning, this afternoon in Europe. Our opening spotlight, celebrating the EU-U.S. relationship, features President Zuzana Čaputová of the Republic of Slovakia. I can't think of a better way to dive into our forum today than by hearing from one of Europe's leaders who represents renewal, optimism, and a deep devotion to the values that bind us together across the Atlantic. Our opening conversations today celebrate the transatlantic relationship and highlight the history and values that unite the United States and the European Union in the digital age. President Čaputová brings passion and determination to her leadership, whether it was mobilizing to stop a toxic landfill near her hometown early in her career, or jumping into the presidential race in the wake of the tragic murder of an investigative journalist. She was elected to the presidency in 2019 as the youngest person and the first woman to serve in this office. She's put the rule of law and the environment at the heart of her presidency. An experienced lawyer and anti-corruption campaigner, President Chaputova is a champion of the shared values of the European Union and the transatlantic community. She has embraced multilateral solutions to a broad array of challenges facing Central Europe, ranging from combating climate change to authoritarian kleptocracy. So 2021 brings new opportunities for increased transatlantic cooperation. Our task at this forum is to help identify concrete ways Washington and European capitals can work together to tackle the defining challenges of our generation, and how both sides of the Atlantic can act together as a force for good in the world. So, Madam President, thank you for joining us and for your shared commitment to the values of the transatlantic community. Over to you.
Dear Damon, thank you for your kind introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure and an honor to open the Atlantic Council's Future Forum. This conference will discuss the future of the most important relationship Europe and the United States have, the transatlantic bond that has kept us together and strong for more than 70 years. In his recent address to Congress, President Biden proclaimed that America is back. The President also said that the US will work with its partners and allies to make sure it will stay. In Europe, this is very good to hear. And even more importantly, this is very good to see. In concrete actions, the US administration has already taken, such as rejoining the Paris Climate Agreement or a restart of an EU-U.S. dialogue on China. We see renewed commitment to multilateralism, to diplomacy, and to protection of democratic values. Today, I want to talk about how we can build on this great start and how we can work together, Europe and America, to address some of the biggest challenges ahead of us. We can only do so if we work together and if we are resilient. Resilience means that our economies prosper and our societies are healthy. It implies the ability to defend our values and our citizens from malign actors, internal and external. In short, resilience means that the rule of law and the rules-based order are respected, both at home and abroad. The most pressing and immediate challenge to our resilience is the pandemic. We need to kickstart our economic recovery, because we cannot be strong globally if we are weak at home. Our recovery plans cannot be the copy-paste of the previous ones. We must recognize that while our economic model has made us richer than the rest of the world, it has also produced deep economic imbalances, including at home. A recent survey suggests that around the world, people see economic inequality as the #1 threat to democracy. Any economic recovery that ignores this fact will not prevent the next crisis, it will accelerate it. The decision of both Europe and America to use billions to build new infrastructure and help our people develop skills needed for the 21st century is the right one because it will make us stronger. We need to remove the remaining trade barriers, not build new ones. The best answer to China's economic and technological assertiveness we can give is if the two of us work together, not compete with each other. The second challenge is the climate crisis. Our economic growth has degraded our planet, and we must reverse this trend. The recovery must be green and sustainable. By 2050, Europe will become the first climate-neutral continent. It is not a declaration. It's a plan that will soon become legally binding for all EU states. I am glad that in President Biden's administration, we have the strongest possible partner in this effort. Still, the US and Europe alone will not solve the climate crisis. We urgently need to get the rest of the world on board and lead the global effort by adopting ambitious, fair, and inclusive environmental standards for our trade and our industries. The third area where transatlantic allies need to act in unison and increase our resilience is digital. In Europe, the GDP of 12 out of 27 member states, including that of my own country, Slovakia, is smaller than the annual revenues of some of the biggest tech and digital companies. and that it's fine as long as the economic might is not abused, as long as it doesn't create monopolies, as long as it does not undermine our democracies through propaganda and disinformation or exposes our vulnerabilities to foreign adversaries. The storming of the US Capitol has shown that fear and hatred, even when disseminated virtually, still have very real consequences. Inaction is no longer an option. Let's work together on common rules that foster competition, but also transparency and accountability in the digital space. The rule of law must be applicable online, not just offline. The sooner we find a common solution, the better for our freedom and democracy. Ladies and gentlemen, I spoke about some of the global challenges the US and Europe can successfully address if they work together. Let me briefly turn to Europe. That the US is determined to stay is excellent news for our transatlantic partnership, because it sends a powerful signal that America and Europe will work together to protect the values we share and our joint security. I wish I could say that the agenda of making Europe whole and free has been delivered, but it has not. The continent has not been immune to populism or polarization that seek to divide us rather than unite us. Democracies of Central and Eastern Europe feel these pressures too, from attempts to undermine public trust in our democratic systems through disinformation to questioning the rule of law or our values. Both the US and Europe have to address these challenges at home and abroad. Slovakia understands this, and we act accordingly. To root out corruption and strengthen our democracy, we are carrying out comprehensive judiciary and rule of law reforms. Because in the end, what binds us together as partners and allies are our democratic values and the determination to protect them. Slovakia welcomes the US plan to convene a summit of democracies to advance democratic renewal. We are taking steps to improve resilience. Our defense budget has grown by more than 120% since 2014. Virtually all of the new money goes to the modernization of our military. Our critical infrastructure and 5G network will stay strong and open for our partners, but not for our adversaries. Ladies and gentlemen, if the message of the President Biden is that the US is back, my message is that we are ready. Let's work together. There is plenty of work ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. President Shaputova highlighted one of the key themes of the EUFF, the resilience of the transatlantic community through prosperous economies, healthy societies, and the defense of our values and citizens. This time of transition for both the EU and the US is an opportunity to reinvigorate transatlantic cooperation, creatively address areas of shared interest. As we embark on this effort, it's worth reminding ourselves why the EU-US relationship is so unique. Common values, a commitment to the democratic project, human rights, the rule of law, and freedom of expression underpin the many facets of the transatlantic relationship. The institutions that make up the transatlantic community were first built with an understanding that there are values and ideas bigger than any individual country, and they are worth protecting.
The members of the Euro-Atlantic community have changed over the years, but the insistence on values as a priority in the relationship has not. And it's this value-based relationship that has sustained the transatlantic community even in the midst of disagreements and crisis. Now, here's a panel I'm really looking forward to with one of the greatest statesmen of the transatlantic relationship and the best historian of the 1989 generation, to examine the history of this vital partnership and how we've gotten to this point. I'll now turn to Dr. Esther Brimmer, Atlantic Council Board Director and the Executive Director and CEO of NAFSA, to introduce our next distinguished guests.
Thank you so much, and welcome to the first session. I am honored to open the conversation with two of our great thinkers in the transatlantic space, Secretary Madeleine Albright and Professor Timothy Garton Ash. As you know, Secretary Albright served as Secretary of State from 1997 to 2001, and previously was the permanent representative to the United Nations, New York. He's also a professor at Georgetown and a prolific writer. Professor Timothy Garton-Ash, who has written extensively on ideas and European history, and also shares his ideas with the wider public in his column in The Guardian as well. So we have, as I say, two of our great thinkers at the intersection of ideas and policy who will open our conversation today. So in this session, we will ask, how can the shared transatlantic values help guide our alliance as we address challenges of the 21st century? And just to kick off, I'd like to ask you both, the transatlantic community can argue that it won the Cold War and since has nurtured the flower of democracy. Yet authoritarian trends are evident in several countries. Have we lost the promise of open societies, or are we about to enter a new stage? What do you see for the outlook of liberal democracy in our?
I'm really delighted. So to answer your question, I'm an optimist where we really did believe that democratic practices would take hold and that Central and Eastern Europe had been kept behind bars artificially, and that it would become a Europe whole and free. And I think we have faced and looked at what some of the issues are, why they have happened, and I hope that that's something that we can explore, because I think, Timothy, you have spent so much time also thinking about this, and I have become kind of more self-critical about what we didn't do, and I'd love to know kind of how you see that.
Yes, well, thank you. Well, first of all, let me say it's a huge pleasure to be doing this with Madeleine Albright, who I've so much admired for so many years. And also at a time when America is back. I can't tell you what a relief it is to say those words. As we speak, Secretary Blinken is in London speaking with the leaders, not just of other G7 countries, but also of other democracies, which I hope we'll come to, because it's a very important point about the widening of the West. And everything President Biden has said about China and Russia thus far seems to me absolutely spot on. So there's a reason for optimism straight off. Nonetheless, Madeleine, I do so much agree that I think in the 2000s, more than in the 1990s, we became complacent. We believed that the victory was secure, mission accomplished. Having seen this absolutely extraordinary expansion of the democratic world, particularly in Europe, let's remember, starting with Spain and Portugal and Greece, then going to the whole of Central and Eastern Europe, then to Southeastern Europe, culminating in the pro-European Orange Revolution in Ukraine. And we thought this is the direction of history. And it's always a mistake if you think you know the direction of history. So history has taught us otherwise. Number one, in our own old established democracies, like the United States, but also the United Kingdom, we've had major challenges to consolidated liberal democracies. But number two, we have the shocking situation that we have a full member state of the European Union, Hungary, which is no longer a democracy. It's not just an illiberal democracy, which essentially is a contradiction in terms. It's no longer a democracy, and yet a full member state of the European Union. So I think the first challenge we face, Esther, is not so much external, the authoritarian pushback from China and Russia and Turkey, which of course we'll come to, but the internal challenge in our own societies.
Are there particular steps that you think should be taken, indeed, to reinforce democratic principles in our own societies? Is this work that has to be done internally, or how can friends and allies help?
Madeleine.
Well, I think it has to be done both ways, because part of the strength of the Euro-Atlantic Alliance has been our interaction and working together on things. I have always, I have my special way of saying this, is that I'm a perfect example of the Euro-Atlantic Alliance, having been born in Prague, Czechoslovakia, and then being raised in the United States. And so I've decided often when I meet with my European colleagues, given my background, I can say what I really think. And I do think that I am very troubled about Hungary specifically, what we are not doing or could be doing more of. And I think part of the issue is trying to sort out what happened in Hungary and why. I think many of us knew Orban when he was our favorite dissident. And I had gone to Hungary to meet him in the 80s and then invited him to come to the United States. So what happened and why? And are those particular elements present in other places? And how should the European Union and NATO react to having a member that is so totally out of line? And whether we have the tools, frankly, to make clear that this is unacceptable, because the voting and everything within our system makes it very complicated since you require consensus. And so there are a number of methods that I think we need to look at more specifically.
So could I just add to that? And first of all, I'm also a living, breathing Euro-Atlanticist, since my academic life is divided between Oxford and Stanford. In my unbiased opinion, the two greatest universities in the world. But just to add to what Madeleine said, a couple of points. First of all, I think the Biden administration's emphasis on democracy, human rights, and free speech is tremendously important, because it robs nationalist populists like Viktor Orban and Jarosław Kaczynski, but also others elsewhere in Europe, of a major supporter, which they had in the White House, in Donald Trump. And the US still matters enormously symbolically, as Madeleine knows so well, in Central and Eastern Europe. What the US can do operationally, I think, is one has to be a bit more nuanced, because the US doesn't have the unique power that it had in the 1990s when the enlargement of NATO was on the agenda. But there are quite particular areas, like, for example, media freedom, which is now the front line of the battle for democracy in Poland, where the US, the biggest independent television station in Poland, is owned by the Discovery Channel. There's an example for you, where the US can have a specific impact. But frankly, Esther, now much more important is the European Union. Madeleine mentioned tools. And the tragedy is that the European Union had all the tools to help the transition to democracy, while the fragile new democracies of Central and Eastern Europe were trying to get into the EU. But it turns out we have virtually no tools to keep them democracies once they are full member states. On the contrary, we send billions of euros in EU funds, which actually help the populist rulers. In effect, they can use them for electoral purposes, for purposes of patronage, with virtually no conditionality. So in my view, the primary challenge is to the European Union to make what I would call the linkage between the Europe of values and the Europe of money.
It is fascinating to look at many elements of that, particularly the freedom of speech and freedom of the media, as you've identified as an important element within liberal democracy. And indeed, that the discussion of how to manage free speech and the internet world has been a crucial issue in the transatlantic conversation. Indeed, it's been an area where the United States and the European Union have often taken very different approaches to the management of the big tech companies that are provide the platforms for some of this various free speech. What do you see as the important steps to take in the thinking about free speech and what freedom of the media means in an internet era where all sorts of ideas can spread very quickly? How does that US-EU conversation play into free speech in the internet age?
I think the truth is that it is one of the hardest discussions, because whereas we think we have similar values, and we do on most things, we do not very much on the issue of privacy, and that there really are quite different approaches that are coming out of Brussels than come out of the United States government. And so that is one of the issues. And the question is whether there is some way to develop kind of rules of the game. I hate to compare this to arms control, but it took a long time to kind of really get some of the rules down. we need to have some larger system to look at what needs to be done, because we really do have some disagreement specifically with the Europeans on this. Especially since information is now the new tool. By the way, one of my academic interests has always been the role of information and political change. And I wrote my dissertation on the Czechoslovak press in 1968, and then wrote about solidarity. And so I really do think that this is one of the key aspects of how democracy works in terms of information. And yet at the moment, it is the most questionable aspect, since even in the United States, we're unclear about where our information is coming from, and people listening to only what they agree with already. So this is the major issue of the 21st century. And I do think that it's important for us to talk about it head on.
I think we need to talk across the Atlantic a lot about this. I think it needs to be high up the agenda. I mean, first of all, the values we have in common, in a sense, go back all the way to ancient Greece. And of course, at the very foundation of democracy in ancient Greece, there was the agora, the pnyx, the place where people met. They were given all the facts. They were given all the different arguments and views. They debated them and they came to a decision. And we're losing that shared public sphere in all our democracies. So that's extremely worrying. A lot of this is still about local and national media. We shouldn't spend all the time talking about the internet, because actually television, national television, is still fantastically important. Fox News is probably more important than Facebook, right? And TVN in Poland is more important than Facebook. On the internet, the position is this, as you know, Esther, I spent many years writing a big book about free speech in a connected world. The position is this: there is one coherent, consistently applied model of internet regulation in the world today. That is the Chinese model. And it is a model which is the internet without freedom. That's the competition. And our problem is that we're all at sixes and sevens. What we used to call the free world is, as Madeleine said, all over the place, with Americans lobbing, word bombs at Facebook and Google, and Americans lobbing word bombs back. The fact is, America is the trendsetter on the internet, and Europe is the norm setter of the internet. So if only we could get together and put those two things together and find some common, I would say, norms as much as rules, because it's as much about the norms as it is about specific regulation, that would mean that there would be, so to speak, a model of the internet and free speech in free countries to put against the extremely powerful, increasingly powerful and dynamic Chinese model.
If the transatlantic community were able to develop a set of norms in this area, in what ways would they need to reach out to other democracies around the world to help make this a more global norm? How do these transatlantic norms in this area spread to a global level to counteract a more authoritarian version?
I think this is where what President Biden has been talking about really comes in terms of a summit for democracy, not a summit of democracies. And so there is a way to be looking at what the evolution is and what needs to be done, and the fact that it isn't just a set of countries, because one of the hard parts, frankly, I was involved in something called Community for Democracies that we did in Warsaw, because one of our friends, Bronislaw Geremek, had wanted the adjective Warsaw associated with something different than the pact. But we had a hard time deciding who should be invited. How do you even decide? And that the idea was to kind of talk about best practices, which I do think continues to be an important part. But I do think that what President Biden has in mind in terms of enlarging the group and having it be a summit for democracies is something that has to be followed out. Having read the paper this morning, I gather that Tony Blinken, as he is in London, they're beginning to talk about what the various steps would be in terms of enlarging the group. But it can't just be the Western democracies, because as Timothy said, some of the challenge comes from a totally different part of the world where information is used to limit rather than to expand.
So I think this is absolutely the great strategic challenge. I actually wrote a book out of the Iraq crisis in 2004, which was called Free World, which made precisely the argument that the future for the West was to go beyond the West, the enlargement of the West to include democracies in other continents and cultures. So I think that the Biden administration is absolutely on the right line. After all, when it comes to dealing with China, India, Japan, and Australia, frankly, are more important than Germany, France, and Britain, let alone other European countries. So it's right geopolitically, it's right geoeconomically, because these are rising economic powers. And for me, this means being careful, Esther, about how we speak about our values. I think we now have to be a little bit careful about speaking about European values or Western values in an exclusive way, as if they only belong to us. We have to go back to the universalist spirit of the Enlightenment and take seriously the notion that they are universal values. And if I'm going to speak about free speech in Asia, I would rather find you the quotation from the Emperor Ashoka in India or Confucius in China, and you can find those quotes, which expresses the same universal value, but in the words of thinkers from other cultures. And I think that's actually, although it may seem a slightly academic point, I think it's quite an important point about the way we speak to the rest of the world of democracy.
Indeed. I'm, of course, cautious in the presence of leading professors to make this point, but I'll say one of my favorite documents I used to put on my syllabus was actually UNESCO document #1, which was actually a pamphlet that was a collection of views of authors from around the world, includes Gandhi wrote for India, for example, Aldous Huxley for the UK, but on human rights. And it was one of the supporting documents for the creation of the Universal Declaration. And so what was fascinating was, they say in just one document, one short document, just tries to get this idea that writing from their own national and cultural traditions, they could come to this discussion of universality, but from their own traditions. It's an interesting slice on looking at that question in particular.
If I may just add a word there, it seems to me there's a corollary to that, which is a bit more challenging, which is that there are some core values which we really do share, but it's not necessarily the whole Western package as we promoted it in the 1990s, where we sometimes spoke as if there was, so to speak, an entire package for a liberal democracy, economy, culture, and society, which you could go and buy at IKEA. And if you could understand the instructions, you could put it together. And I think we have to shift slightly and understand that maybe a consequence of having a wider commonwealth or community of democracies or community for democracy is that the shared ground may be slightly smaller.
I do think that one of the things we need to be aware of, this is unlike me to say this, is to not get caught up in the same kind of post-Cold War euphoria, thinking that this is something that is easy to do. And I have been talking about some mega trends and their downside. So, and we have been beneficiaries, for instance, of globalization. Just look at us here. But it does have a downside. It's faceless. And so people want to know what their identities are, where we come from, religion, etc. And that's fine unless my identity hates your identity, which then becomes nationalism, and hyper-nationalism undercuts where the direction that we want to go in. The other mega trend is technology, which has done the most incredible things to unite us. And I always love to talk about the Kenyan woman farmer who no longer has to walk hundreds of miles every year to pay her bills. She can do it on her mobile phone. But what it has also done, the downside, is disaggregate voices. And we don't know where people are getting their information. And more recently, I think that there is another mega trend that one needs to look at, which is, despite the fact that there's kind of the Internet of Things, your refrigerator talks to you, it has created fragmentation even more so. So I do think in order to do the kinds of things that we need to do, that Timothy's been talking about, you've been talking about, we do need to understand the reality within which we are operating and where some of the tools are working against us. I have believed all along that we're all the same and people want to make decisions about their lives. That's what democracy is about. But I think that we need to understand exactly what are the downside of some of the things. And that's what makes me worry. And that's why, and I want to stay being an optimist and idealist, but we need to know what we're facing.
Yeah, can I add just a specific illustration of what Madeleine just said about technology? You know, people go on and on about Facebook's decisions about who to leave up and who to take down. I think even today, the oversight board is deciding whether to put Donald Trump back up. I don't know if they've yet decided. That's not the key. The key is the working of the algorithms of Facebook, which, because they optimize for attention, and the extreme and the sensational and the often untrue gets the most attention, facilitate this polarization and extremism and fake news. So you actually have to go to the heart of a major American company and look at the algorithm deep in its computers to get at what is a profound political and cultural problem, namely how we actually restore a proper shared public sphere.
What does this mean for our social contract? In effect, we have automation changing the nature of work and the ability to sustain oneself economically. But then we also realize that there are deep rifts in our social fabric. Among the many things that the COVID-19 pandemic has done, in addition to taking so many lives, has actually been to expose even more clearly the frayed social fabric of our societies and the very differential experience of different people, even within our liberal democracies. Where do we start to reknit that social fabric?
Well, I do think the social contract is broken, and we do need to have honest discussions about that, what we owe to each other. I think that there are discussions that are going on in the United States, I think very vividly at the moment, in terms of the social contract is based on the fact that people gave up some of their individual rights in order to have the government do a set of things, which is what's under discussion: protection, building roads, etc. And I do think what's interesting is that in the ideas that President Biden is putting forward, they go to the basis of the social contract. And we are seeing the problems because there are those in our system that, rather than trying to find a social contract, are exacerbating those differences. And so I think we are at a very key time in terms of what needs to be done in exactly addressing that question, because that is the day-to-day business at the moment.
So could I just add to that? I mean, if you look at the causes of populism, and I have behind me a whole shelf full of books on the causes of populism, you can see that it partly arises from the failings of a one-dimensional economic liberalism, which neglected the needs for both solidarity and equality on the one hand and community and identity on the other. Solidarity and equality being a value more typically associated with the left, and Biden is doing a great deal about that at the moment with the multi-trillion-dollar packages. Community and identity, I mean, we liberal internationalists rather neglected the national community and left it to the nationalists, so that I think we have to reclaim a liberal patriotism. But I would say that I think the post-COVID era will be very difficult for this, because whereas the COVID time itself has been bad for populists. They're good at rhetoric, they're not good at competence, at governing, at rolling out vaccines. But I think the post-COVID recovery, with enormous levels of public debt, I mean, look at the Southern European countries, soaring up to Second World War levels, significant insecurity, a generation of young people who haven't got the jobs they might otherwise have got, and potentially high inflation, you know, those are pretty good conditions for populists. So I think we got a real challenge on our hands to do the right things and to do them quite fast.
What's the role of education in all of this? If we think, and I'll take particularly higher education, that indeed embedded in President Biden's proposals include the idea of support for what we call the United States community colleges, which are two-year institutions in the tertiary sector, and different countries have sort of different versions of this. But the idea that the states, in a sense, should support education through at least 2 more years of education. And indeed, education has been a fundamental part of the European Union. We think of the Erasmus program, of course, the European Union's Erasmus Plus 2021 to 2027. It's over 26 billion euros have been committed to it, and even the United States, and actually now these days the United Kingdom, are partner countries. They're not program countries, but partner countries of the Erasmus program. So what role does international education or education play in building values in the next generation, for a generation that faces uncertainty?
So I would love to say, give us lots more money to Oxford and Stanford, but just entre nous, Stanford isn't necessarily the neediest of institutions in higher education. I think the emphasis really needs to be, and you mentioned community colleges, so to speak, rather at the other end, if I can put it that way, because one of the things that went wrong over the last 30 years is that our societies were divided rather sharply down the middle between, the roughly 50% who went to university and the other half who didn't. And that became itself a cultural cause of nationalist populism. So I think things like community colleges, further education, as we call it in Britain, technical education, at which Germany is so good, both providing more and better, but also recognition for it, to recognize that the only test of value and call for respect is not to have, a BA or an MA or a doctorate. It's also other kinds of education. But just frankly, Esther, I don't know what Madeleine thinks on this, but I think schools are even more important. I think in terms of civic integration, I think it's incredible that we don't have compulsory classes on digital literacy, starting at primary school, for example.
I obviously here we're people that are very much involved in the educational world. And so we're for it. And I do think I agree with what Timothy has said in terms of the level of education, and that it also does have to go down into the primary schools and high schools. I do think something that has to happen, and I don't quite know how to state this, but I think that the education has to lead to jobs, so that I think Timothy, you were talking about the Germans. I mean, they have a whole intern kind of program on this, because we have a new younger generation that wants to be employed. And so while it's nice to have an education of every level, I do think it has to have, I don't know this practical effect, because people need to know, they identify themselves by what their job is. Who are they? Are they able to live in our new societies? And so there needs to be a respect for education, a respect for exchanging difficult ideas, but also there has to be, to go to the social contract we were talking about, a way that they lead to jobs.
Although, if I may just add to that, I don't know what Madeleine thinks about this, but it seems to me that this is potentially a kind of post-45 moment, in the sense that I'm not persuaded that with automation and AI coming down the road and globalization, we are actually going to be able to provide really good full-time jobs for everybody. I think that's going to be incredibly demanding. And therefore, I think we have to start thinking about a social contract which maybe involves more part-time work, more flexible working. But then you have to think of social provision by the state, by the welfare state. So I think it's that whole nexus of jobs and basic social security that to some extent we have to rethink.
What is the role of the private sector? We have, of course, companies large and small that thrive and work in the transatlantic space and globally for that matter. And whether it's local businesses or global businesses, they are important fabric of our societies. What's the role of those entities that are economic leaders in our transatlantic space in the connection between education and work, in this question of equity, which is one of the places we debate this, is equity in the workplace. So what's the role of the private sector in our transatlantic community and in the supporting some of the values we've discussed?
Well, I think the private sector has a very large part to play. And I am a great believer in public-private partnerships, something that I was interested in when I was in office, but also afterwards. But it requires the private sector being brought in early. If we're talking about international institutions even, I think it's important to have the private sector at the table early so that it isn't just a matter of bringing the private sector in to pay for things, but also to be part of the thinking that has to take place. Just in the few minutes that we've been talking, it is clear that there's an awful lot of thinking that needs to take place and pushing in terms of having different kinds of ideas. And that often does come from the private sector. But I keep saying this over and over again, the private sector is composed of non-governmental organizations, but also businesses. And there is a different way of approaching things, and we need to speak to each other earlier.
Yes, I'm slightly tempted to start by giving you a very European answer, which is it would be nice if Facebook would pay a bit more taxes. That would help. I don't know if you saw the recent figures on their extraordinary income in Luxembourg, on which they paid no tax at all. So I think there is an issue next to the free speech issue around what I call the private superpowers, these absolutely giant Amazon, Apple, Google, Facebook, and so on, where I think we need to spend a lot of time is looking at small and medium-sized enterprises, which of course is a great strength of the German economy, what the Germans call the Mittelstand. And I think, Britain and America too can do a hell of a lot more with small and medium-sized enterprises. Could I add one other point, Esther, which is because I think we're coming towards the end, a sort of meta point here. It's interesting we've spent so much time talking about change in our own societies, inside our own societies, inside the transatlantic community. And I think that's exactly right, because I would submit to you the proposition as a historian that the most important single thing the West did to win the Cold War was to keep our own societies dynamic, open, and attractive. So that's the first thing we have to do, is to make the West attractive again, because at the moment, people looking at the West as against China from Latin America or Africa, many people could say, well, I prefer the Chinese way.
I do think this adds to something that I believe we need to speak about, which is the rule of law, that in so many ways embodies the kinds of values and changes. And if you have the rule of law, then you have a system whereby there are people pay taxes or whatever the various parts are, but there's some agreement on values. And I'd love to bring something up because I saw that when this was being introduced, President Čaputová of Slovakia started speaking. And what is interesting is they now are really kind of an example of the possibilities of a country that didn't have a lot of rule of law, all of a sudden being champions of it, being stuck, frankly, geographically between two countries that are the opposite, which is Hungary and what's going on in Poland. And therefore, understanding the centrality of the rule of law to what we're talking about, I think is very important. It brings rules about how private sector behaves. It brings a variety of ways that governments are organized that one could have some agreement on. And so I do think we might look at that also as one of the things, as a sign of something, Timothy, don't you think, in terms of how the societies have emerged?
I so much agree. Ralph Dahrendorf and I were friends and intellectual comrades, and one thing we agreed on shortly before his untimely death was that in the 1990s, when we all promoted the holy trinity of multi-party democracy, free market economy, and civil society, it should have been a quadriga. The rule of law should have been emphasized as much as the other three. And I think, you know, we missed that. But here's an optimistic note, Esther, and it picks up what Madeleine just said about Slovakia. An optimistic view of nationalist populism in East Central Europe is that it's like the infection you get from a vaccine to stimulate the antibodies. Because in the 1990s and 2000s, the Poles, for example, Poles as in Poland, rather took the rule of law, independent courts, all that stuff for granted. It was just stuff you did in order to be a proper modern country. Now they are so much under attack, the society is mobilizing to defend them in a quite impressive way. And actually, for the first time in 200 years, judges are becoming heroes. People are actually standing up specifically for the rule of law. And I even saw a demonstration in Krakow in Poland the other day, where the chant being chanted by the crowd was triple separation of powers, triple separation of powers. There are not many countries where you get crowds chanting separation of powers. So that a constitutional patriotism is actually, I think, being generated precisely by the viral attack of populism.
Do you see other cases where we're seeing it's that popular defense of liberal democracy, and indeed, as you say, the important role of the rule of law and support for that? Is that something that we are seeing around the globe as well? In other words, are there enough local responses or the elements of local responses to help with the spread of these broader values?
Yes, Myanmar. If you look at what is going on in terms of a military coup and the kinds of demonstrations that are taking place there by people that believe in having some kind of a role in the way that their country works, and that democracy is not just a Western value. I think it is worth looking at what is going on there specifically.
And let me add Russia. Not only the absolutely incredible courage of Navalny, in a real, I mean, what an extraordinary example of courage, but also the courage of the young Russians who are going out on the streets knowing they're going to get beaten up and arrested. And people, by the way, in Siberia, not in the big cities, metropolises, who are also going out on the streets and engaging in his smart voting tactics. So I think, you know, we were too optimistic about Russia. Of course, we were too optimistic about Russia, but one day our optimism may actually be justified. And I'm a short-term pessimist. I'd be interested to hear Madeleine on this. I'm a short-term pessimist because obviously Putin is completely ruthless and has the thing very much under control, but a medium to long-term optimist.
I agree. It is fascinating to watch what they're doing. Although we do have to recognize that we're dealing with a former KGB agent who knows how to undermine the various aspects of what we've been talking about, especially in the part of the world that is fragile in terms of some of the things. So we have an awful lot to do, and which I think goes back to some of the things we were talking about, which is how the Biden administration sees what needs to be done and isn't just kind of focused on small groups of people. It's an understanding that we have to do something about our own democracy, but understanding that this is a larger movement that needs to be supported by democratic countries so that it really is able to take hold in other parts of the world.
I also think that Europe needs to do more. I really do. It's now a partnership of equals, and I really think in this respect, as in others, Europe needs to do more. I mean, my own personal view is that one shouldn't keep banging on too much about 2% on military spending. You know, it's going to take Germany, particularly with Greens in the government, a very long time to get to 2% on military spending. But ask the Germans and other Europeans to step up to the plate in other fields, which are really important. That would be my suggestion.
And could I suggest also that the Western Europeans become less snobbish about Central and East Europeans? That is something that I, just observing, find very troublesome. I don't know if you agree with that, Timothy.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, of course, it started with Jacques Chirac's famous comments that they were not very well brought up and better keep silent. But as you very well know, this is an ancient West European stereotype that goes all the way back to Voltaire and Rousseau and the Enlightenment. And we hear it immediately emerging again when we criticize Hungary. What you sometimes hear from the, say, the French, for example, is, oh, you know, they've never really been part of post-Enlightenment Europe, right? They've always been tendentially slightly barbaric and authoritarian. So one really has to watch out for that extremely arrogant stereotype in a country where Marine Le Pen is running neck and neck with Emmanuel Macron in the polls. And we have Nigel Farage.
Yeah.
Indeed, indeed. We have just a few moments left. Looking around the globe, what would be your priority list? And is there a particular role for institutions? In other words, whether it's formal institutions, global or regional, through which the US and the EU should work in addition to their direct relationship? Or are there any institutional aspects that should be part of our priority list?
Timothy.
Right. Tactical priority, Russia. Strategic priority, China. Clearly, longer term, China is the great challenge to the emerging superpower. And it is the one where, as Madeleine mentioned, China, along with Russia, is indulging in lots of divide and rule in Europe. So we really have to get our act together. Institutionally, I would say two things. First of all, thank heaven we haven't talked at all about Brexit, but I think finding some groupings, like I think it's called the Quint, where you can work with the British government along with key European governments would be helpful for Washington. But however, if I was coming to Europe as the US president, I would of course talk about NATO and of course talk about the G7, but I would make a particular point about talking about the European Union, because that is now the central institution of the European project.
I agree. And for Americans, we need to understand the European Union better. And it is complex in its structure, but it is the natural partner for some of the things that we've been talking about.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. Well, indeed, since we come back to the European Union and the centrality of the European Union and the United States in the transatlantic relationship, we're basically coming up on time, and I know we will be heading over to the next session momentarily. And just to say, any last words at this point before we wrap up and hand back over to the next session?
First of all, I'm very glad that we had a chance to talk about this, and nothing gives me greater pleasure than spending time listening to Timothy, who really has had the most remarkable really approach to this, both historical and optimistic and idealistic. What could be better?
Well, that's much too kind of you, Madeleine. How could I not repay it with equal compliments and your extraordinary role in building the transatlantic relationship, particularly, of course, in the enlargement of NATO, but also in the relationship with the EU. I would have to say that although we have huge problems, and I still think that I feel a whole lot more optimistic about the future of the transatlantic relationship and our shared values and interests that I did a couple of years ago.
And Esther, thank you so much. It's great to have you be the coordinator. Indeed. And so much of what you do and have done for a long, we've known each other a very, very long time. So.
We have, and thank you. It was an honor to sit with you and hear your conversation. I'd like to send thanks both to Secretary Albright and to Professor Garton-Ash. Thank you very much.
All the best.
Thanks.
What a great conversation. I'm really glad that we note. This is a great scene setter for our 3 days of conversation. We start with the 1989 generation, but we go all the way to the challenges of AI, China, or liberal democracy. Thank you so much, Dr. Brimmer, Secretary Albright, Professor Garton-Ash. The successes of our common history be a guiding force for the transatlantic community as we address the challenges of the 21st century. Keeping this shared past in mind as we look to the future, and to the EU-U.S. Future Forum, we find ourselves at a critical time for the transatlantic relationship as we manage the COVID-19 pandemic and economic competition with China, as well as the ongoing digital transition, the urgent climate crisis. The US and the EU are setting their priorities for the months and years ahead.
Thanks so much, Beck. Every 6 months, an EU member state holds the rotating presidency of the European Union. They are responsible for setting the agenda at the EU institutions and moving these priorities forward. For the past several months, as the Biden administration took office, Portugal ran with an ambitious transatlantic agenda. It is a delight to welcome His Excellency Augusto Santos Silva, the Foreign Minister of Portugal, as we enter month 5 of the country's EU presidency.
Welcome to this session of the EU-U.S. Future Forum with our distinguished guest, His Excellency Augusto Santos Silva, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs of Portugal. I am Paul Adamson, Chairman of Forum Europe and founder and editor of Encompass. As you will all know, Portugal currently holds the presidency of the European Union, and Mr. Santos Silva has the responsibility of steering the EU agenda for the first half of 2021. That is not the easiest of tasks among 27 member states in normal times, but even less so under the conditions of a public health and an economic crisis. So we are looking forward to a discussion with the Foreign Minister about framing a transatlantic post-COVID agenda, and hopefully as we move out of the pandemic together with a renewed sense of transatlantic cooperation. And as we start our discussion, please follow along on social media using the hashtag EUFF2021. So Mr. Santos Silva, let's get started. I think I'm right in saying that this is the 4th time that Portugal has held the EU presidency. And I just wonder, when you, like all presidencies, they are prepared years, not just months, but years in advance. So to what extent, what was the impact of the pandemic in the preparations Portugal had to do in preparation for its presidency for this year?
Of course, it was an unexpected event. We are preparing our presidency since 2019, and the pandemic obliged us to make some major transformations, mainly concerning logistics. Of course, we are doing this presidency in a rather virtual way, or with hybrid events, meaning people assisting presentially and people assisting by internet and digital platforms, but also in content. And the main transformation was the pandemic itself and its economic and social effects that have been devastating. So the motto of the Portuguese presidency is time to deliver concrete actions in two main levels. The first level is combating pandemic itself. There, the crucial action is the vaccination process. And the other level is the economic one. We decided last year, the European leaders have decided to put in place a vast funding program to fund recovery. And our obligation as the current presidency is to ensure that the first national plans of recovery and resilience of our economy can be approved next June and can be implemented.
So when you were preparing your presidency, did you have the impression that member states were not acting with as much solidarity as they might, especially in the first month of the pandemic last year? We all know the stories about export controls and the kind of nationalistic, maybe understandable, but still regrettable reflexes that many member states had to look after their own citizens first, to the detriment maybe of their broader European neighbours. Do you think that created a sense of bad blood amongst member states, or is that now well in the past?
Well, I would answer with mixed feelings. On one hand, it is understandable that national states can address first the needs of their own citizens. We have to understand this. We are not a federation of states. We are not a unique federal state. We are a mosaic of 27 different countries. So in a certain sense, we have to expect a certain, I would not say predominance, but a certain importance of national framework and national criteria in launching public policies. But there was a discoordination in the first stage of the pandemic. You are right. But if we compare with the 2010 crisis, the crisis of the sovereign debts in Europe, our response was very swift. Because in the last crisis, the beginning of the last decade, we took 2 years or 3 years to respond collectively to the financial crisis. And now the European Central Bank responded immediately. Then the finance ministers put in place 3 different and complementary programs to support the first response of each member state. And then European leaders last July decided to implement a vast program, meaning more than I would say 1.8 trillion euros to fund the European economic recovery in the next 6-7 years.
Okay, there are not very many explicit references to the pandemic in your presidency program, maybe because much of it was drafted earlier on in the process. But I will quote something back to you on page 5 of the program, which says, "We will support the creation of a European health union, strengthening the capacity to respond to public health crises and efforts to produce and distribute safe vaccines accessible throughout Europe and the rest of the world." So is that the new mantra of the European Union? Europe has to be more self-sufficient, even if it ends up by showing solidarity with the rest of the world beyond the European Union's borders. One of the lessons of this pandemic is that Europe was too reliant on external suppliers.
Yes, indeed. You are totally right. We need more, what we call more autonomy of Europe. Even sometimes we phrase it as strategic autonomy. Strategic autonomy does not mean being more autonomous towards the United States. Strategic autonomous means being more autonomous towards other economic and institutional contexts in relation to which we were too dependent. I mean China, I mean Asia as a whole, because we found that some provision of public goods like medicines, like medical equipments, like masks, for instance, facial masks, were in the provision of these basic goods. We were not autonomous, we were not self-sufficient, we depended too much from other contexts. So our motto of reindustrializing Europe addresses this particular issue to gain more autonomy for Europe in the supply of some basic critical goods. But on the other hand, the idea of a European Union of health means more coordination and more solidarity. It is easily understandable that the main competences in social affairs, including health, lie with member states. There are national competences. The way you organize your hospitals, the way you organize your healthcare, the way you organize your pension system is mainly a national responsibility. But we need more coordination, so we decided two things. The first one, for the first time, we will have a European program for health, 5 billion that are allocated to European, so Europe-wide programs, meaning, for instance, financial support for member states in improving their healthcare capacities. And secondly, we are establishing more responsibilities for the already existing European agencies. There are two main European agencies in the health domain. The first one is the European Agency for Medicine, the one that is responsible for instance, approving the vaccines. And the other is the European Center for Disease Control, that is the agency that identifies the risks, gives the alarms, and monitors the national response to health emergencies. So these two European agencies will be enhanced during the next months and years.
Right. So the start of your presidency, Mr. Santos Silva, coincided with the start, of course, of the Biden presidency, the new administration. And I think it's fair to say that the new administration was widely welcomed in Europe and maybe the rest of the world. That's hardly a secret. But against that backdrop, is there an issue potentially, without being too fatalistic, of too many expectations on either side of the Atlantic? There'll be so much this need and desire to start off where we left off maybe 4 years ago. But in those 4 years where the previous administration in the United States, much has changed. The United States has changed, the European Union has changed. And how easy is it, from your perspective as Foreign Minister of Portugal, never mind running the presidency of the EU, is it to restart those relations again?
Yes, you know, in politics, there is no such thing as coming back. Past time does not come back. And then when it comes back, it is in a negative way. So the world has changed, America has changed, Europe has changed. But still, the new Biden administration is a very important momentum, both for Europe and for the United States. And if you allow me, I would point out another element that is very important to take into consideration when we approach the relations between Europe and the United States. Because meanwhile, the United Kingdom has left the European Union. Meanwhile, Brexit happened. So we now need a triangle between continental Europe, between the European Union as such, on one side, United Kingdom on the other side, and United States and Canada on the other side. And we do claim as Portuguese that Portugal is in a very important position and a very favorable position to foster this triangular combination. Why? Because Portugal is, of course, a European country, but we are an historic ally of the United Kingdom because we are a European plus Atlantic country. And you perhaps know that we were the second country in the world to recognize the independence of the United States. And we are a strong ally, we have a strong alliance with the United States. But as a foreign minister, I always I always draw the attention of my audiences to this fact that we have to combine this triangle the world needs: Europe, European Union, United Kingdom, and the United States. And of course, the spirit, the atmosphere, the stance, and the practical program of Biden administration is a very important insight to this triangulation. Why? Because America is back. America is back to multilateralism. America recognized again that Europeans and Americans are the closest allies, and this counts a lot, even for the issues in which there are disputes, there are divergences, there are conflicts between Europe and America, like trade or, for instance, digital taxation.
This idea of triangulation, Minister, it's quite rare to hear that concept being expressed. Maybe in these early days of post-Brexit for the UK. But given that it's a new reality, as you sketched out, what are the priority areas in your judgment for action for these in this new triangular world you're talking about?
I would say that the three top priorities, there is a lot to do, of course, but if you choose the three top priorities for this triangulation, I would mention these three priorities. The first one is a clearly multilateral agenda, climate action. We all have to be in contact, cooperate, and support the United Nations efforts to put climate action and the decarbonization of our economies as our common endeavor. Common meaning also the endeavor of China, the endeavor of India, and of course, with the leadership of the European Union and the United States. And as you understand, the fact that President Biden has chosen John Kerry as his special envoy for climate, the call and the organization of the Earth Summit this April, were transformative events and very important events for this multilateral agenda. So, priority number one. Priority number two, a common position or a convergence in what regards our understanding, our assessment of what is now leading the geopolitics and what we have to do in common to face the new trends of geopolitics. Let me be clear. In what terms shall we address and relate to China, Russia, and of course the so-called emergent economies? Priority number two. Of course, we are doing this in the framework of NATO, of course. We are working in the new strategy for NATO, and we have to address the challenges posed by Russian behavior and by the rising influence of China. But we also have to do it in more political or diplomatic frameworks, including in our relation with Africa and Latin America. The way in which we can build a constructive but firm relationship with Russia and with China depends a lot upon the attention we want to give to Africa, to Latin America, or to Asia. Priority number three, the Indo-Pacific region. We have to cooperate, we have to work together in addressing this vast and very dynamic region of the world. You know, for us Europeans, things are very clear. In our forecasts, when we do what we call the foresight, we immediately have to recognize that 85% of the economic growth in the next decade will happen outside Europe. This is the challenge.
Right, okay. Well, we talked about Europe from the inside. We talked a bit about transatlantic relations, but you very handily helped me to segue into the final part of our discussion, Mr. Santos Silva, about the outside world. You talked about the geopolitics. This is based very much on the premise that the EU and the UK, as you said, and the United States have in broad terms, a common worldview. But that, when it comes to China, for example, that, let's be clear, that is not the case, right? The Europeans do not see China at all in the same way as the United States does. The United States, China is a rival, but also maybe an existential rival. So how would you go about trying to find some common ground, especially in respect to China, because that is obviously a very important area, between these three different elements of the triangulation you talked about?
Well, if you allow me to compare two American administrations without having any judgment on the internal American politics, but if you allow me to compare two American administrations, I would say that now things are more clear. Why? Because Trump administration, from a European point of view, of course, but from a European point of view, Trump administration seemed more ambiguous or a little ambiguous in the relationship towards Russia, and too much engaged in a zero-sum game in what regarded the relationship with China. And it is very interesting to see in these first 100 days of Biden presidency that President Biden and Secretary Blinken are in no sense they are ambiguous. They are very clear in stating the American policy towards Russia and towards China, but in a certain way they share the European vision, according to which we have to be firm in what regards our red lines, for instance, human rights, for instance, the need to, in the case of China, the need to respect the Deng Xiaoping principle, one country, two systems, the fact that we are systemic rivals in the sense that we have opposite views concerning liberties and institutions. But on the other hand, we need a contact, a communication, and even, if possible, a cooperation in certain areas, both with Russia and with China. With Russia concerning disarmament, concerning non-proliferation. With China concerning, for instance, climate action. You see, I'm using almost the same words President Biden used. So I think there is a real convergence between the European perspective and the American perspective. Until November the 4th, Europeans were always asked to say yes or no, are you following the Americans? Now we are permanently asked or invited to join a partnership in which we also are seen as relevant protagonists. And I think this is a real game changer.
Right. A final question, Foreign Minister, if I may. You're now 2/3 through your 6-month presidency. At the end of the 6 months, what would you hope to be one of your main achievements, and how would you like your colleagues in the EU and even the rest of the world to have viewed your presidency over the first half of 2021?
May I choose 5 results?
Okay.
The first one is already guaranteed. We approved the new agreement between the European Union and the United Kingdom concerning trade and cooperation. And you can understand how important this agreement is for Europe and for Portugal, because of all the explanations I already gave in our view of this triangle between European Union, United Kingdom, and United States and Canada. The second result is almost guaranteed. Europe will have the very first climate law of its history. And this is very important because it will state the binding objectives we are committed to concerning the carbon neutrality in 2050 and the way until there. The third result I expect is not the conclusion of the vaccination process, but the conclusion of its first stage, meaning that the elder people in Europe be already vaccinated. We are almost there, but we are not yet there. The fourth result will be the approval of the first national plans for the recovery of the economy. I think this will be very important as well. And the fifth result will be some progress in what regards the rule of law in Europe. As President Biden very rightly says, the issue of democracy and of the rule of law is not an issue outside. It's not only an issue abroad, an issue in Asia, an issue in China, an issue in Africa, or an issue in Latin America. It's also an issue within our political West. It's an issue internally to the United States, and it is an issue internally to Europe, and we have to address it.
Well, to quote back your program to you, Foreign Minister, you say, ours will be a presidency that is active in building consensus, able to adapt to circumstances, and driven by results. We will promote dialogue and the unity of the member states. So clearly you're on the right path. Thank you so much, Foreign Minister. We managed to cover a huge amount of ground in the time available to us. Thank you so much for your time. We're very grateful to you indeed for being with us today. And thanks to all of you out there following our discussion virtually. And now back to my Atlantic Council colleagues.
Thank you so much, Mr. Foreign Minister. A quick reminder, you can follow along with the whole program and receive the latest updates on our Atlantic Council event app. You can also find the social media toolkit full of graphics you can use on different social media platforms.
Share your favorite moments from the forum using the hashtag EUFF2021. We'd love to see your reactions to the program thus far. You can also ask questions that our moderators will pick up in the conversations.
As Portugal prioritizes the EU's post-COVID recovery plans, the entire transatlantic community has an opportunity to think creatively about how to solve the challenges inherent to an increasingly digital society. The pandemic has accelerated the trend towards digitalization across sectors, and we've just begun to see the far-reaching consequences, both positive and negative. One of the positives is the ability to host forums like this with our friends on both sides of the Atlantic and around the world joining us, just as we broadcast from Washington, D.C. We are able, through digital technologies, to connect and interact with one another, regardless of physical distance. This has transformed the way we work, the way we collaborate, and the way that we share information and exchange ideas. With this great development in interoperability, negative trends have also been exacerbated. Digital technologies provide greater democratic access, but they also, if not carefully managed, can be manipulated by malign actors and expose vulnerabilities in our societies. One of our greatest challenges of this digital trend is the rise of digital authoritarianism, the use of technology to surveil, suppress, or manipulate populations.
Digital authoritarianism is an existential challenge for democratic societies. Ensuring the rights of citizens and countering malign actors in the digital space will require transatlantic strategies across all sectors. The institutions for managing these challenges have not developed at the same pace with the technologies in question. The EU and the US have the technical know-how and the open system to counter these trends. But how do we utilize this depth of knowledge and experience across the transatlantic community? How do we ensure new technologies and their applications empower democratic participation and inclusive economic growth and do not become instruments of autocratic manipulation or oppression? Let's now turn to Rose Jackson, Director of Policy Initiative at the Atlantic Council's Digital Forensics Research Lab, to dive into these questions for the next session. Rose.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. As mentioned, my name is Rose Jackson. I'm the director of a policy initiative on tech and democracy at the Atlantic Council's Digital Forensic Research Lab. It's my pleasure to welcome you to this EU-U.S. forum hosted by the Atlantic Council and the delegation of the European Union to the United States. This past year has been a reckoning of sorts, with COVID-19 accelerating dynamics around any number of global challenges. Certainly when it comes to the conversation about the role of technology in society, questions about power and rights online, and open society approaches to the digital world, it seems we're at an inflection point. For today's timely conversation, we're joined by three exceptional panelists who will discuss how the US and EU can leverage the transatlantic relationship to counter digital authoritarianism around the world. So it's my pleasure to introduce you to Ambassador Dan Fried, the Weiser Family Distinguished Fellow at the Atlantic Council, Dr. Francois Godemont, the Senior Advisor for Asia at the Institut Montaigne, and Ms. Maricha Shaki, the International Policy Director of the Cyber Policy Center at Stanford University and a former member of the EU Parliament. Before we kick it off, I welcome those of you watching today to join the conversation and submit your questions through the Atlantic Council event app. And with that said, let's dive in with our first question for Maricha. I think we've had quite a few conversations lately about regulation and incentive change. I'm curious, as you look at these challenges, what does being proactively democratic look like for many of the companies that we're talking about in this discussion?
Thanks, Rose, and thanks to the Atlantic Council for hosting this important discussion. You know, I've always been surprised at how much hope there had been placed, particularly in the United States, in the self-fulfilling prophecy that tech companies from Silicon Valley may accomplish as a, anticipated ripple effect of freedom and liberty around the world. That was around, 10 years ago. And we've learned a lot of painful lessons since, not only in the Middle East or the rest of the world, but also coming back as a boomerang right to the United States with, an online fueled storming of the US Capitol on January 6th, attempt to manipulate and hack the elections, disinformation about the COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of very, very harmful consequences coming from the outsized power and under-regulated tech sector. And while a lot of these tech executives that are, benefiting from the increase of their role and their power are using words around shared values, democracy, human rights, they're hardly ever explicitly aligning their terms of service, their company policies with either universal human rights or, let's imagine, the process of the rule of law. And so if you're looking for a more proactive role by these companies, which I would prefer regulation, but in the absence of regulation, it would be great if tech companies could align themselves with either universal human rights or rule of law principles, meaning that they would be much more transparent, much more equally treating all customers, give users a redress mechanism, accept independent oversight, and so on and so forth. Short of better democratic and hopefully transatlantically aligned regulation, that would be a proactive step.
Thank you so much. And that's a great segue to the next question for Dr. Godemont. There's a lot of debate right now in the regulatory conversation about whether that strengthens or weakens the approach that China has been taking, advancing an authoritarian approach to the digital world. I'm curious if you could comment on those arguments.
Well, I was going to turn the table on that argument just by mentioning that China perhaps is shooting itself in the foot right now by attacking so strongly its biggest platform, that was its biggest international asset in digital space, Alibaba and Ant, to take it as an example. We generally assume, that the US innovates, Europe regulates, and China seeks to dominate. The reality is that the US still dominates because of the huge advance it has in digital affairs, that Europe is seeking to innovate, and that China right now is demonstrating that the big authoritarian state can bring anything to boot, even one of the most successful platforms in the world. So we, thanks to China, perhaps have a respite for an agreement across the Atlantic between US platforms, European wish to be more present and sharing, to concur or to keep our entry into third countries, partners, huge markets, which we tend to neglect because we think the fight is over our own consumers, our own users, places like India, places like Indonesia, others, where it seemed that the Chinese would perhaps arrive at the same time as the American platform or even before them. So I think the problem is not that we regulate. The problem is we have to create a wide space for this regulation. We have to solve some of the disagreement. We won't solve all of them because clearly there is a very healthy debate on all these issues inside the US. And you just need to look at the controversies in Europe around the proposed Digital Services Act and others to see that there is no implicit, no explicit agreement among Europeans. So let's make it a transatlantic debate and make the compromises where we should to make sure that we don't isolate ourselves from the rest of the world.
Thank you. And certainly in those conversations about what a common approach may look like, at the core, we're talking about values and human rights and the transferring of universal human rights into a digital world. Ambassador Fried, I was wondering if you could speak a bit about what you think is missing and how we're looking at the digital space in the context of global norms and accepted universal rights.
Norms and rights is a good place to begin. I'm with Maricha in this. I think the giant tech companies are going to be, we're going to need a regulatory framework to get them to institutionalize the rights that they sort of say they respect when they're doing press releases. I'm not talking about content control. I'm not talking about making, some agency in the United States government or the European Commission the arbiter of truth. But that's a false issue. That's a red herring. Regulation can provide transparency, common standards, less obfuscation, and more integrity online, by which I mean that an actor who pretends to be Billy Bob from Boise ought to be Billy Bob from Boise and not somebody working in the Internet Research Agency in St. Petersburg. Issues of autonomy and integrity and transparency ought to be regulated, and the EU is actually taking steps in this direction. They've been moving slowly, and the new Digital Services Act is going to provide a framework. They're way ahead of the United States in this regard. However, I'm happy to say that the United States is caught up in another aspect of how to deal with the disinformation challenge, which is to actively expose it, and at the same time, lean on the social media companies to do something about it, lest they be subject to unfavorable publicity. And by the way, just to get all geeky and bureaucratic, the State Department's Global Engagement Center has had a very slow start. But let us say that they are liberated by the change in administration, and now they are free to start doing the right thing. So to unpack the problem, we need both defense against foreign origin disinformation, a framework to help us deal with domestic-based organic disinformation. And that does involve getting into the algorithms and making it more difficult to incentivize social media platforms' sensationalist model. But let's not forget offense. This is about digital authoritarianism, right? Well, we see the Chinese and the Russians trying to impose authoritarian models in a digital age. There's a lot we can do about this. We can help what's left of the free Russian media, which is now almost exclusively, not entirely, but more and more online. There's a lot we can do with what Alina Polyakova and I have called democratic offense. So there's a rich menu of options consistent with our democratic values. Some of it is regulation. Some of it is an update of stuff we used to do decades ago. And let's not be afraid of exploring that space, okay? It's the social media companies are not the enemy, but they are, let us say, their culture is of the Silicon Valley profit maximization. And that's not the world the rest of us live in. They thought they were entering and bringing into light a post-national paradise for the 21st century. Yeah, well, it may look like a post-national paradise for you, but to Vladimir Putin, it looks like targets of opportunity, and you look like suckers. And there's a way to get around this, consistent with our values.
So as you bring up an important point that I was wondering if Dr. Baudemont, you might want to comment on, which is very different visions for the governing of the internet and what it means for the digital world to exist. On the one hand, a unified, shared, and open space. On the other, sovereign domains in which authoritarian or centralized political control is possible. I note that in the EU, we're often hearing the words digital sovereignty used in a different context than perhaps intended by what has been pushed forward by the Chinese state. I'm curious if you can speak a bit to some of the differences in approach that you're seeing between the US and the EU that need to be brought together to have a stronger approach to a transatlantic, open and rights respecting digital ecosystem.
I don't want to address the tech or innovation aspect of the question because that's really a wider issue of competition. But to take up Ambassador Rose on Ambassador Fried on what he just said, as a European and as a user, I sympathize with his view. From morning to evening, we use American platforms and American digital tools. And when we use European tools, we often don't even know what they are. They are not even brand names, or they're startups, which we don't really know where they are. And yet, as somebody who wrote a study on digital privacy and GDPR and the protection of personal data, I find from morning to evening that if I go to the big company whose name starts with a G, or the other one whose name starts with an F, or one that starts with an A, the three most frequently used platforms in the world, I just cannot implement GDPR for myself. It's impossible. It's in practice a denial of use. So in that, I sympathize very much, and I think there's a golden opportunity with the new administration, would not repeat, by the way, some of the closed-knit relationships of the past from the US perspective, to break with that. That is a huge effort that we need for the US. But as Europeans, we also need to recognize that we should not be hypercritical, that a European world where the US platforms or a number of extraordinary innovative tools have been invented would be absent, would be an underdeveloped world. So we have to choose. And that's where I think I admire the European top-down regulatory approach. I think the Commission, which is so often maligned, has come up with rather extraordinary tools and thinking and consultations. This is so much more rational than the US process, which is, haphazard, state per state, as somebody has mentioned in the beginning, and therefore very difficult for others to understand or to penetrate. This is very useful. But at some point, again, we have to find a point midway. I would say in very political and general terms that the big companies have to understand that Europe cannot be colonized wholly. Colonization brings reactions, as you know. So there are very important economic issues such as digital taxation. There are very big coming issues such as how much can you buy startups in order, to swallow innovation from others. And I think that's a much more difficult area than in the national security field, the one which prevented the privacy shield from being implemented, for example, at present, or it will be implemented piece by piece with companies taking the responsibility, which is not a very good situation. We also need some sort of compromise. The debate over national security, of course, exists in Europe between states and the Commission. France, for example, usually takes a more favorable stand to national security goals than some other member states that I can think of. So it's not unique to the US. This is perhaps with this administration that we can find compromises. It is only if we do this that we will be able to create a model where we ramp up our own IT and platform industry, and where we can talk to the rest of the world with norms that are workable, and without letting others who have very different rules or who have no rules penetrate and dominate the markets. I think this is hugely important.
Absolutely. I'm going to turn the conversation just slightly and note that this morning there was some very big news that some of you may be paying close attention to, in a decision coming down from what is referred to as the Oversight Board about Facebook's choice to remove Donald Trump from the platform in the aftermath of the January 6th uprising and attempted insurrection. Maricha, I was wondering if you could speak a bit to this, because it really sits at the center of something we've all been hinting at, which is there's a tendency in a conversation about digital authoritarianism to focus on China, on Russia, and outside actors, while internally, many of us struggle in our own countries to address anti-democratic forces and figure out the balance between how our platforms, our government, our civil society all try and protect democratic spaces internally as much as we do externally. I was wondering if you could comment on that and what you think today's decision means for the long-term viability and balance between the power of these companies and the digital sphere that we are living our lives in, politically and otherwise.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're exactly right to point to this tension that has been very clear, I think, in the US response to the 2016 attempts to manipulate the elections, which was to use policy tools that we knew to look at foreign interference, because those policy tools were more pronounced, and to sort of, take the binoculars, look to Russia and see what else was coming from outside of the US border in undermining democracy. Very important topic, I want to stress, but it was not, let's say, a risk-based approach where there was an open view to where threats to democracy might come from, including domestically, which of course is much harder to address with current regulations in place than to go after foreign interference. And unfortunately, a lot of time has been lost to have more pronounced rules about, for example, the responsibilities of tech companies, because what we see now is, in the case of President Trump and his expressions on Facebook and other social media platforms, his megaphones of choice, is that companies are now put in a position to decide when freedom of expression comes into tension or conflict with notions of protecting public order or protecting democratic integrity. The president, after all, consistently until this day, challenging the outcomes of the elections, even if no formal institution has had any reason to doubt that these were elections that respected the democratic rights of the American people, and that the outcome, as pronounced with President Biden as the winner, is a fair and good one. And so a lot of public policy decisions are now made by advertising companies. And I think this as such, even if you might be happy or unhappy with the outcomes, but the process as such erodes democracy. We should not have privatized governance of so many of our information architectures, the spaces where public debates take place. And so there's increasing tension, not only between manipulation of the electoral process from outside of the US and inside of the US, but also an erosion of democracy because of the privatization of governance of everything digital, far beyond just big tech, but big tech is a very visible phenomenon here. And so today's ruling, I guess, only underlines that threat, which is really that Facebook has now decided that oversight should not come from Washington or along international norms, but that they're better off appointing their own oversight board, which in turn has, very few cases it can actually talk about. And so we drift further and further away from a systematic solution with actual independent oversight, even if the stakes are so high.
Thank you for that. And as we come to a close, I'm conscious of our clock here. A quick lightning round for each of you in an attempt on a tough subject to hit a optimistic note. For each of you, what are you most optimistic about in the slew of proposals and recommendations and conversations we're seeing right now, seeking to tackle digital authoritarianism around the world? I will start with Dr. Godemont.
I think if I had to make a choice, I would pick the rise of antitrust action in the US against the biggest companies to sort of stop the horizontal spread of their wings, something for which they often claim, by the way, the existence of Chinese competition. But as we speak, the Chinese are cutting down the legs of their own giants for their own political reasons. And in Europe, a very forward-looking movement on that. Part of the solution to the problems we have raised is how data is used, how it can be transferred, and why hordes of data by one company should be avoided in many cases.
Thank you.
I think that's hugely important.
Ambassador Fried.
Democratic societies are slow and usually blow it the first time out. Just about everything, but they catch up. They do well. Advances in media since the invention of the printing press have ushered in initial periods of chaos and exploitation, where it looks like all hell had been unleashed. Then norms gradually develop and democracies manage to adjust. It just takes us a while. I think we are making progress in that adjustment period. I think we will end up in a good place. I think it is wrong to sell democracy short and to put our faith in authoritarian models as the future. Been there, done that. We don't have to do that. We need to have faith in ourselves, and I think we'll get there.
Thank you. And Maricha.
Well, very briefly, I'll just come back to why we're all here. I think there's a lot of hope and inspiration and momentum in the fact that the transatlantic relation is a constructive one again. Let's use this momentum well and work together, particularly on tech governance. The pressure is enormous, and I hope that will allow both sides to overcome some of their differences. It will be urgently needed if democracy is to prevail.
Thank you three so much for your time and expertise and what I think was a very interesting conversation in the span of 20 quick minutes that we may have gone shortly over. I will pass this back to the forum for a continued expert panel just after this. So please stay tuned if you're watching online, and thank you for joining.
Hello, I'm Fran Burwell, Distinguished Fellow at the Atlantic Council, and I'd like to welcome everyone to this session of the EU-U.S. Future Forum, Shaping a Transatlantic Digital Policy Agenda. As we've just heard in the previous panel, digital technology has certainly had an enormous impact on our politics and our societies on both sides of the Atlantic. But it has also had an enormous economic impact. And as we rebuild the transatlantic partnership, we cannot ignore the role of technology and digital policy, something that has brought almost $300 billion into the US and European economy just in the last year. And that's a number that keeps rising every year. Let me say, though, that this is not an easy area of transatlantic cooperation. We have long seen challenges, misunderstandings, and conflicts over issues such as privacy, going all the way back to passenger name records in following 2001. And now, most recently, last year's ECJ decision, Schrems II, on the invalidating privacy shield. We have also seen issues related to digital taxation and to how we ensure that digital markets are competitive. Today, we have a significant wave of EU legislation coming down the pike and a new US administration that is trying to figure out what its policy is on digital and tech. The EU has also proposed some cooperation on tech issues in their EU-U.S. Agenda for Global Change. To talk about this area of increasing importance in the transatlantic relationship, we have three excellent panelists here. First, we have Aušrina Armonaitė, who is the Minister of Economy and Innovation of Lithuania. She is also the founder and chair of the Lithuanian Liberal Party, which is part of the current governing coalition. We have Iva Meidel, who's a member of the European Parliament representing Bulgaria and the European People's Party group. She is a member of the very important Internal Market and Consumer Affairs Committee, as well as the Economic and Monetary Affairs Committee, also key to this discussion, and on the delegations to both China and the United States. She was the EPP's rapporteur on the EU's digital strategy and is their coordinator for artificial intelligence and the new legislation that has just been released on that. And last but certainly not least, Tyson Barker, head of the Tech and Global Affairs program at the German Council on Foreign Relations. He has worked for many years at the Aspen Institute on similar tech challenges from Berlin, and he was a senior advisor in the Obama State Department. Let me turn now to Minister Aminaite and start with you and ask you, as Minister of the Economy, when you look forward now to our post-COVID economic recovery, what are the key elements of the EU's digital agenda that are important for that economy? And as you look at that, are there things that you would pick out particularly as a place where you think the EU and the United States can cooperate digitally on digital issues as we both struggle with our post-COVID economic recoveries? Minister, over to you.
Well, hello, everybody. First of all, I think there are two quite significant things we have learned during this pandemic. First is that global economy is already based on digital solutions and online cooperation. Second is that the whole education system may be provided online and already went digital. So I think these two quite fundamental things, well, we have to keep them in mind. Now, when it comes to transatlantic cooperation, I think there are three pillars we could base our partnership on. It's first, it's tech governance. And I'm proud that countries like my country, Lithuania, actually are equal partners with the US. Lithuania is #1 in the EU by the number of licensed fintech companies, and we have been ranked the fourth best location globally for developing fintechs after the US, UK, and Singapore. We are also developing GovTech solutions that create an innovative ecosystem which connects the public sector with small, medium enterprises, startups, and the academic community, and serves as an accelerator for digital transformation in public sector. So this is, I think, it's quite important. Now, when it comes to connectivity, still there are so many things we have to invest in when it comes to infrastructure. On taxation, we are committed to agreeing structural and long-term global solutions to the questions of taxing digital services. And we hope this could be solved within OECD. So generally speaking, EU and US, we are allies. And most important is not to have unilateral decision in either of fields, digital tax or digital rules. We have to work together.
Thank you very much. Let me turn now to Eva Meidel. Eva, let me ask you the same type of question. If sitting there from the Parliament, what do you see as the most important areas where the US and the EU should work together on tech? Let me also bring in the minister's last comment, which is about the US and the EU not doing anything unilaterally, but instead working together. And yet the Parliament is now working on a number of bills that have been submitted by the Commission. I only have to mention Digital Governance Act, Digital Services Act, Digital Markets Act, and most recently the AI portfolio. Is that unilateral? The EU is going to go ahead and, or will there be enough time for the United States to weigh in on some of these legislative proposals? So where do you see us cooperating on these proposals?
Thank you, Fran, and good to see you. Thank you for having me today. In brief, on your first questions, which are the most important areas? I would probably answer concretely, because we are working on a couple of files, as you've mentioned, and I think also these areas of these three files are extremely important. So my first point would be related to cybersecurity. Very simple why. Nothing of this digital revolution will happen if our data, if our infrastructure, if our processes are not safe and they're not secure. If also we don't gain the trust of citizens with their data and with their information. Of course, here we are not speaking just about data and security of personal privacy. So we have to try and work to have a common approach, because as we speak, we are currently reviewing the cybersecurity directive in the European Parliament. My second point will be related to data sharing and flows. In Europe, we work on establishing a common governance system for data. This is in a way our way to smarten up the way we handle data, but while in the same time, we want to try and make companies, European companies, more competitive globally. But when we speak about data flows, I think we need to be true to ourselves and know that nothing of this and no sort of innovation could happen in a vacuum. Hence, we again need partnership. And thirdly, as you mentioned, so to say, we have a fresh from the oven, so to speak, proposal for AI regulation. So that would be my third point. We want to establish principles and values for AI to thrive. Also, while taking into account certain risks in the way AI is being used. So I'm certain that from both sides of the Atlantic, there is a strong will to make sure that digital technologies deliver for people for a more equitable recovery. If we want to do that, I think we need to make sure that we indeed work with our like-minded partners, speaking of the EU and the US, of course. Democracies have to work together to preserve those shared values when it comes to regulating the future digital world. And if you want, later we could perhaps discuss how feasible that is. But I think with this, just these 3 points, I illustrated how necessary it is for the time being.
Thank you very much. Let me turn to Tyson, who, although American, is sitting in Berlin and has been there for a while. So he has spent his time, I know, translating the United States for Germans and vice versa. Tyson, what would you put on the agenda in terms of the immediate things that the US and the EU should talk about in terms of tech and digital policy? And I mentioned a number of disagreements at the beginning: privacy shield, digital tax, et cetera, competition policy. How do you see, why do you think that this happens between the US and the EU, who are, as Eva points out, for the most part, like-minded partners?
Yeah, well, thanks so much for the question. And let me start with a kind of core value on both sides of the Atlantic, which I think are very similar on each side of the Atlantic, but leads to some differences. So if you look at the United States, when I look at the way we use personal data or the way we handle privacy, I think that a lot of it relates to this idea of the pursuit of happiness, optimization, individuation. It's an idea of self-actualization. I mean, even to the idea of targeted advertising. Well, why wouldn't you want targeted advertising? You're getting more bang for your data buck, your digital buck, so to say. On the European side of the Atlantic, the idea of data protection and privacy is based in the Kantian notion somewhat of human dignity. It's in the first article of the German Constitution. Human dignity is unassailable. It's in Articles 4 and 5 of the European Charter on Fundamental Rights. And the entire tradition around GDPR, tracing back to the 80s, is based on this idea of human dignity, human-centric ideas of how data relates to the individual. Both of these ideas are based in the Enlightenment. Both of these ideas are democratic. Both of these ideas of basically our digital conceptions are based on the individual. But it does lead to shades of difference. And I think some of those shades of difference we see, for example, in the conflict right now over Privacy Shield and the interpretation of it. And I think we have a long agenda. We can talk about it in this round, but Privacy Shield and getting this right is essentially the gateway to a constructive transatlantic digital relationship in the near term. Because as we all know, the urgency is quite high. The expectation is that the remaining, let's say, passport for transferring data across the Atlantic is under strain and could be removed as early as this summer. And for the European Court of Justice, the question is this impossible triangle that Privacy Shield basically represents. Namely, you cannot have the free flow of personal data from Europe to the United States, the blanket bulk collection of data by US intelligence agencies, and the preservation of European fundamental rights as the European Court of Justice interprets them all at the same time. You can have two of the three, but you can't have all three. And so I would say getting past this stumbling block, and I think that there's going to be a near-term solution and a long-term solution, is key. Once we get past that, there's a lot of positive agenda. And I would love to talk about it in the future. We can talk about industrial policy, market access, standard setting, connectivity agenda in the global south, particularly secure connectivity on land, sea, air, and space. And finally, digital rights generally, because I know that's a priority of the Portuguese presidency. But getting Privacy Shield right is first.
So let me ask the minister about Privacy Shield, and I should say actually the larger question of privacy, as Tyson has put it on the table. We clearly have some distinctions, but I think there are some distinctions within Europe, and I wondered if you agreed with his characterization. Do you see everything kind of hinging on whether we can get an agreement on Privacy Shield? And go ahead, please, Minister.
Well, obviously, we have common values such as freedom of speech, human dignity, market economy, privacy as well. And again, both the EU and US, we have to base our policies on common approach, because there is a different, quite the opposite position in the global arena as well. And I'm talking about Chinese position regarding privacy, surveillance, freedom of speech, and so on and so forth. So basically, the US and EU, we need to work together for digital innovations while setting global norms and standards. And we have to be first in setting them, because then some non-democratic countries that are also innovative at the same time, they will create those standards.
Let me ask, let me follow up with the minister on another area where there's been a lot of, I would say, difference between the US, or a different approach between the US and the EU, and that's on innovation versus regulation. And it seems to me that Lithuania and the Baltic countries have a slightly different take on this than some of the other EU member states. We often in the United States see regulation as the counter to innovation. If you regulate too much, you won't have innovation. How do you see that? Because you have stressed in your opening remarks the importance of innovation and of education and moving the digital agenda forward. At the same time, we have a lot of regulation coming from Brussels. And I'm going to come to Eva after you with basically the same question.
Well, I think this is quite an important angle you mentioned, because for Lithuania, well, being a small 3 million population, we have to be faster, quicker, and more flexible in order, you know, to compete in the global economy. And I think that fintech sector is quite a good example, because the Bank of Lithuania, the central bank, well, they are quite flexible and the fastest in the EU when it comes to regulating these new, very innovative banking services, e-money services, and so on and so forth. So as the EU and the EU-U.S. and our partnership, we have to keep in mind that innovation may struggle when it encounters regulation. And our regulatory policies they have to accelerate change and innovation and not to, kill it. This is quite an important thing. And I think that this is quite important for policymakers and decision makers, politicians, to strive this change, because best ideas may be killed by the machine of bureaucracy.
So Eva, if I can turn to you, I think that what the minister just said in terms of regulatory policies must accelerate innovation and acceptance. How would you apply that to the AI regulation, for example, and to Digital Services Act and the other acts that we're seeing now? Is there a risk of inhibiting innovation, or is this the driver of innovation in a European view?
Thank you for that question. It's an excellent question, and it kind of falls into what I really stand for. So I always approach policymaking within the European Parliament with saying, if we have to regulate, we need to ensure that we will not stifle innovation. Kind of my principle is regulation for innovation. Now what we're seeing, particularly with the AI proposal, there has been requests that this AI regulation comes already on the table a few years ago. I'm glad it arrives now and not earlier, because it had to be well thought through. And because, for example, we have a proposal in there where we are intending to have regulatory sandboxes that will, I believe, help innovation thrive, will help startups to test their ideas, their concepts, and so on and so forth. But of course, it's something to always to keep in mind. This particular regulation has been met with different feelings and reactions. Stakeholders think the regulation could increase bureaucracy, some of them, others believe it could be costly for the business. On the other hand, other European developments, for example, say that they need to pave the world, to pave with concrete legislation into the world and be at the forefront as Europe. So in European mindset and in policy making, I hope that our desire to always set the regulatory agenda, however, sometimes it is indeed very necessary, will not overcome our ability to foster innovation in Europe. I say that, and I often give an example, which is when you have a game, it is not the referee that wins the game, it is the players that win the game. So while we strive to be the referees, we should in the same time make sure that we invest enough into the players so that we could be competitive enough and be able to be at the forefront of innovation. It's very difficult, but I have to admit there is a trend of putting a lot of regulation right now on the table, especially when it comes to tech companies. And it would be very important to find the right balance, because on one hand, we hear a lot of Europeans saying, where are our European champions? And on the other hand, you're trying to regulate all those champions that are out there. And so if you over-regulate them, you might never get to the European champions.
So Tyson, let me come over to you and ask you about if this seems a right characterization to you of the way Europeans are approaching this. But one of the issues about the regulation is that we're hearing a lot more discussion. We hear from Europe, we hear the phrase digital sovereignty or tech sovereignty. And some here in the United States look at this as, are Europeans not only regulating to protect themselves, but to protect themselves from the United States and from US companies? How do you see digital sovereignty? And is this something that companies, non-EU companies should be worried about?
I mean, I think there's a tension in how different actors within Europe interpret the term digital sovereignty, and that has a lot to do with how they interpret the role of regulation, whether or not it is meant to be a non-tariff barrier to digital trade or digital services, or it's meant to increase competition. And what I would say to the conversation that we've been having, regulation versus innovation, I think that a lot of policymakers in Berlin and Brussels would say it's not that we are trying to stifle innovation. On the contrary, we're trying to create a trustworthiness in the products and services that we're delivering to the world and to our consumers. And they would point to some areas of high regulation, like pharmaceuticals, for example, where Europe is quite a leader. So they would say it's not, we want to have clearly defined rules that are adhered to, an open market, and a space that has competition. And what has developed in the platform space is, as a result of network effects and blending across lines of services, is that the market dominance of a few key actors has been anathema to the European approach to market creation. So in their idea of a European single market, you have to have competition, and that means data portability, that means being able to change users, that means transparency in algorithms, that means the Spider-Man doctrine of with great power comes great responsibility.
Yes, Eva?
I just wanted to, briefly give an example, and I think Tyson managed to give a number of reasons why regulation is sometimes necessary. Taking inspiration from the minister and the fintech sector, Brussels has come up with excellent regulation for the fintech sector that is actually an exact example of regulation for innovation. It has helped the sector grow and prosper while giving legal certainty for that sector. So indeed, sometimes you could provide certain legal certainty in order for a sector to thrive.
So let me ask the minister about the idea of digital sovereignty. And as we start to think about a US-EU agenda, perhaps something that would be announced at the US-EU summit in June, what should Americans think when they hear the rhetoric of digital sovereignty? Should they just say, oh, it's, Europe is trying to boost its own stature, or is it something for us to be concerned about? I'll ask you to be brief because I want to do a lightning round with all of you after that. We're coming to the end. Minister.
Well, I think first of all, both Europeans and Americans, we have to look for opportunities and more possibilities rather than threats and other ghosts that may, appear in the debate. And again, I'm repeating myself a bit, but us working together may change the global trend when it comes to setting global norms and standards, when it comes to setting a certain regulation that accelerates and not stops the innovation. Eva briefly told us about these champions that are already, championing the process of innovation and basically change the life we live. But also we have to grow those champions and let them create. So investing into startup programs, sandboxes that were also mentioned here, and well, education, because innovation begins in the field of education. And I think that both continents, we have to work on that in the first place.
So let me ask each of you now. We do have a US-EU summit in June that's been announced. We also have this proposal for a Tech and Trade Council that has been put on the table by the EU. We don't really have a forum where we talk specifically about tech and trade. So I'm going to ask each of you, starting with the minister and going in our initial thing, do you think this is the right thing? And does it cover enough? Is it good to link tech and trade? And if you could pick one issue, not Privacy Shield, I'm going to take Tyson's argument off the table, but not Privacy Shield, which is being negotiated, what would it be? What's your key issue for this, Minister?
Well, I think it's a great platform, the EU-U.S. Trade and Technology Council. And of course, there are so many things we could discuss there. It's artificial intelligence, additive manufacturing, cybersecurity. So there are so many questions and so many very interested things we could build on.
Eva Medel.
Thank you very much. I mean, I just basically want to see this council to be a catalyst for these important conversations. But it will also take, I think, interest and goodwill from both sides to make it work. So I personally would like to see that together we can set certain global standards, and there is a different approach. Europe approach is more privacy oriented. The US approach is more how do we compete in this globalized world and you know, we succeed ahead no matter what. And maybe if we can meet somewhere in the middle, that would be important. And that's why I think these conversations are also helping bridge, so to say, not necessarily the gaps, but more like bridge our different views and find a common area where a common avenue and an alley that we could explore working together on. It's a topic that will be way more dominant in our lives. So having tech-oriented leaders, people that understand technology and what it could deliver for us, it will absolutely be key.
Tyson, just one last sentence.
Yeah, market access. Let's do investment screening, export controls, import controls, resource protection, and data flows. Let's create democratic autonomy. Let's make trade in tech the next coal and steel.
So we're out of time. Thank you so much to all of you for this very interesting discussion. And I'm now going to turn everyone over to Leah and Ben in the studio. Thanks again.
Thank you, Fran. That was a really interesting conversation. And I love Tyson's suggestion to make Tech and Trade the next coal and steel. And you're right to talk about the Tech and Trade Council. We here are providing a platform to shape this common understanding, to shape these norms together on technology, on digital, on all these issues. Even when we disagree, at least we can, I think, be open about these differences and have these important conversations, because shaping a transatlantic digital policy agenda will be one of the most transformative areas of cooperation. And it carries real world implications for economies, our governments, and our societies. Amid this rapid and exponential change, addressing new challenges to liberal democracy, the rule of law, freedom of expression, media freedom, and other fundamental democratic principles is an urgent challenge for the US and the EU to tackle together. Digital technologies both heighten these concerns and offer solutions to restoring the fundamentals of our democracy. But how do we balance the management of digital technologies and social platforms when we approach these issues from different historical and cultural perspectives, as we just saw in the last conversation? How do these decisions impact democratic norms, and what examples do we set when we determine these policies? What is the relationship between vibrant and resilient democracy at home, and how the United States and the EU can better work together to uphold our democratic values abroad? To explore those questions, we turn now to a dialogue between Commission Vice President for Values and Transparency, Vera Jourova, who has been one of the most outspoken voices in the European Union about these issues, and US Senator Chris Murphy.
Hello, I'm Fran Burwell, Distinguished Fellow at the Atlantic Council. Welcome everyone to this session of the EU-U.S. Future Forum, organized by the Atlantic Council in cooperation with the delegation of the European Union to the United States. I'm delighted to welcome Vice President Vera Jourova of the European Commission, who holds the Values and Transparency portfolio, and Senator Chris Murphy, Democrat from Connecticut and a leader in the Foreign Relations Committee, to join us for this discussion on how the United States and the European Union can work together in promoting and strengthening democracy both home and abroad. I'd like to start by asking you both to focus for the moment on our democracies at home. What is the single most significant challenge that we face in preserving and strengthening our systems of government and the values on which they rest? In your view, are these challenges shared between the United States and Europe, or are our situations distinct? Madam Vice President, let me turn to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Fran, and thank you once again for inviting me. Well, I think that we share the same challenges. There are so many similarities, so we see in good and in bad. What is the biggest challenge? If I put it simply, it is the lack of trust of the people that democracy delivers good enough or sufficiently the benefits for them. We hear it from the citizens in the EU that they expect democracy and this our way of governing that it will deliver justice and security. And now in COVID time and after COVID, they will expect that our system will deliver some kind of prosperity or at least the lack of poverty. And these are the challenges we face. So we have to deserve the trust of people in the system. And I was listening to your speech, Mr. Murphy, Senator in the Senate, when you spoke about the attempt to overturn the 2020 elections. And you said, among other things, two important things. Democracy is fragile, and then democracy comes first. And we see the gap, because when we realize that we have existential need to strengthen democracy, and at the same time we see that it's fragile, there is plenty of work on both sides of the Atlantic to convince the people that democracy can deliver a reasonably good life. In Europe, when I look at the statistics, between 15 to 20% of people have a tendency to believe the populists and nationalists, so those who kind of reject democratic system. Up to 40% in some member states, we hear from the people that they have doubts whether democracy is helping them to have a good life. We have to work. We have to work hard because democracy cannot defend itself. This is not the gift forever. And it is a big wake-up call. Also, what we saw in the US in January, of course, it was a lesson for Europeans, for us. Because we also, as I said, we have our problems. We have recent history which was full of blood and full of millions of victims of the wars. And we really need to keep the society stable. And I don't know any better system than democratic system where people are heard and when they have a chance to have their free cast in the elections.
Senator Murphy, trust of the people, is that the main issue, or is there another one you'd identify?
Well, I think Vice President Jourova has it right. Ultimately, what we lack is legitimacy. People in the United States are suffering. Almost half of Americans, by one study, don't have enough money in the bank to be able to fix their car if it breaks down or pay for a medical emergency that costs more than $400. That shows you how much crisis exists in this country. Meanwhile, during the pandemic, American billionaires have added $1 trillion to their net worth. People look at that and wonder what the heck government is doing. And so the reason why President Biden is so focused on sort of major transformational pieces of legislation, whether it be cash benefits to people who have been hurt by the pandemic or this new infrastructure bill, is because he believes that in order to allow democracy to survive, government has to start producing. Small incremental fixes don't work when half the population is in desperate economic straits. So I think that is undoubtedly it looks a little bit different on each side of the Atlantic, but I share that belief. I would just add, two threats. One is the problem we have where Americans don't share the same set of facts and information. Increasingly, the way in which people get their information and their news comes from partisan sources that tell them what they want to believe. And so it's harder now to have a discussion in which we're all operating off the same set of numbers. That makes democracy difficult when everybody when one set of people believes one truth, the other believes a different truth. And then lastly, maybe an issue that's more particular to the United States, the influence of dark money. The fact that today in the United States, billionaires can impact elections without anybody knowing. Major corporations can spend huge amounts of money behind an agenda without any transparency. That corrupts our politics. And that I think is a little bit more of an American problem, but it certainly undermines democracy in a very significant way.
Vice President Jourova, I'd like to turn to you to kind of follow up on some of those questions, because you are spearheading the development of the EU's Democracy Action Plan. And I wondered if, in talking about some of the issues that Senator Murphy raised, political advertising, for example, and the different facts that our different partisan politics bring to light, I wondered if you could speak a bit about the Democracy Action Plan and the legislation you intend coming up. What, if you had to pick two things in that would be shared across the Atlantic, what would they be?
Yes, our Democracy Action Plan is a lot about protecting elections and protecting elections against such things like disinformation and dirty money, which is influencing the autonomous vote or the voting preferences of the people. So I think that we could provide this action plan as maybe, I don't know if universal plan, which might be applied in the United States. I would never say that there should be some copy-paste, but what we are focusing on in this plan is the protection of elections against cyber threats and cybersecurity threats, against abuse of private data of people, against disinformation, and against the very harmful marketing methods which are used in online campaigning. And this is where we are now, because we are preparing the legislation to be adopted by the end of this year, the special regime for online political campaigning. And this is the plan which is stemming from broader action of the EU towards the digital platforms, because we want them to do more, to be more transparent, more responsible, to take down illegal content, which is hate speech, extremism, which is child pornography and terrorist content, and to do more against disinformation, which is not illegal, but harmful. And here we are extremely careful not to enter the territory of some kind of censorship. The freedom of speech has priority in the EU. And you know, I come from Eastern Europe. I lived half of my life in the regime where we had just one official doctrine. And everybody who deviated from the doctrine could be put in prison or who was persecuted. So I have this instinct that we must not go far to establish some kind of censorship. But we have to do more, and we have to set some rules. Also, the reaction of the platforms after the attack on Capitol were quite telling. These were managerial decisions of Facebook and Twitter and others. And we said they could not probably act otherwise. But we want this to be predictable, what will happen in some situations. Yeah. And it was an obvious example of the illustration, who can switch whom off, that the boss of Facebook can switch off the standing American president. Yeah. So this is the protection of elections, also by means of doing more against disinformation, also cutting them, the producers of disinformation, off of the money, and empowering media. Because I think the phenomenon of disinformation, that it is influencing us, is also illustration of the lack of, if I may say, hunger for the truth. And the media good professional media play the role to provide the people with facts, with objective news, with the truth, which is based on evidence. And so we want to empower media also by means of different funding programs, also by means of legislation. I know, Fran, you wanted a short answer, so I will stop here, although I have too many other things to say.
Senator Murphy, let me follow up with you on some of these issues. We've just had a very divisive election campaign and post-election process. How do you think what do you think we need to do to reinforce the legitimacy of our process? Do you see any legislative response to the January attack on the Capitol? And let me also, because the Vice President raised this, you've done a lot of work on disinformation and on support for the media, both at home and abroad. If you could speak to that and to some of the things she said about that, that would be great.
Well, listen, the first and most important response to what happened on January 6th is to hold individuals accountable. And I think that send a very strong message that if you engage in any violent behavior towards your government, just like when you engage in violent behavior towards your fellow citizens, the weight of the law enforcement system is going to come down on you. I think I would in part refer back to a prior answer. I mean, I do think that people's frustration with government today is due to the fact that they don't believe it's delivering. I think Donald Trump's popularity was due to the fact that he was the candidate sort of most likely in people's minds to set the existing system on fire and rebuild it from scratch. And that's what many people in this country want. They see the elites having corrupted American government, and they want something fundamentally different. So if we don't respond with major change, if we don't respond by significantly changing the balance of power, then I think we will be perpetually under threat with respect to very unstable behaviors like we saw on the 6th. Yes, I've been very focused on this question of misinformation. I think here in the United States, we have to have a laser-like focus on foreign influence, and we need to have transparency. Right now, if you put a political advertisement on TV, you have to disclose who paid for it. Now, many of the groups that whose names are attached to these ads are shadowy, are very friendly sounding. No one can find out who supports them, but at least you can go on a mission to try to find out who the group is. If there's an advertisement online, there's no similar requirement that that advertisement be disclosed with respect to its sources. And I think it's also important to understand that while we sort of view misinformation often through the prism of elections, it's happening all the time here. The Russians, for instance, are constantly using their bot farms to just try to stimulate divisiveness in our politics. So, for instance, we had a controversy years ago. A football player, Colin Kaepernick, kneeled down for the national anthem to protest the state of race relations in the country. The majority of traffic online about that incident was driven by Russians, not by Americans. But if you looked at our dialogue, it appeared as if this was dominating our conversation. It likely wasn't. It was being driven by outside forces. And so that's a responsibility of the federal government, of the platforms themselves, to be much more vigilant and to make sure that there's full transparency about who is actually spreading messages inside the American political debate.
Let me ask you both, because you've raised the topic of platforms and social media. We have been, I would say, blessed to have some of these companies now, because during COVID, that's how we've been able to live and work and connect with each other. We're talking today from our 3 separate offices because of that. But how digital technologies have also been instrumental in spreading disinformation and connecting extremists, etc. How do you see them in the future contributing to democracy, and what needs to happen to make that a positive contribution? Madam Jourova, Vice President.
Yeah, it will sound strange from the European regulator or legislator, where Europe is now seen as the continent which is heavily regulating the digital sphere. Also, I have to mention GDPR, which was my piece of legislation in the previous mandate. But I think that we have to recognize the positive role of the online space. We see it now in COVID. It helps us to keep working and keep doing things. And we want them to, of course, do their business, but we want them to abide by the rules, because it has to be law to determine what's possible, what's not. We have over-regulated offline world, hardly anything online. And especially for illegal content, we have a mantra that what is illegal offline has to be also illegal or recognized as illegal online. It's not a space of impunity or some vacuum for the law. So this is what we want to achieve by the regulation. I think that our regulation is rather proportionate. We only regulate to the extent what is necessary. As the senator said, we need more transparency to know what's going on. That's why before we have the Digital Services Act, which is our main piece of legislation, before we have this fully enforced, before it will work in practice, we will continue the so-called code of practice against disinformation with the biggest platforms. The platforms committed, beside other things, to deliver or to provide more data so that we know what's happening. Also concerning the origins of the disinformation. Yeah, because we have to achieve the situation when we will see the producers of the disinformation, to achieve the traceability of them and to be able to address the issue. And regarding the foreign influence, we openly said already last year in February that it is mainly Russia and China, which is heavily influencing the life in Europe by means of disinformation. And we have created a network of the experts in all the member states to switch on the rapid alert system in case we see some disinformation attack, which might cause very big harm to the society. And we are considering introducing sanctions against the foreign producers of disinformation. This is where we are now. And of course, we have to recognize the power of disinformation, which we define as coordinated disinformation produced or designed in a targeted way with a clear intention to do harm to the society. And so this is the definition also we keep now in COVID time. We have an agreement with the platforms that they are taking down the kind of disinformation which is manifestly potentially causing harm to health and lives of people. So this is what we are doing now, and I can say the platforms are cooperating relatively well, and we cannot achieve what we need to achieve without them. That's the reality of today.
Senator Murphy, there's a lot going on up on the Hill, a lot of discussion. How do you see social media contributing in the future to democracy?
Well, listen, I think there's much more we can do. I mentioned, one step we could take to have greater disclosure of paid messaging, but I also think there's a limit to what can be achieved through regulation. Much of our problem in the United States is the algorithms that these social media entities use to filter information. These algorithms end up just spinning out information that confirms your existing bias, and often that information is wrong. It's difficult, I think, for regulation to delineate between sort of what is truth versus fiction versus political spin. These companies are going to have to decide that they have a social responsibility to provide their users with a more diverse set of views. Second, there are sometimes unintended consequences behind the private sector decisions that these companies make to try to insulate themselves from criticism. For instance, in the United States, Facebook decided that they just weren't going to allow any political advertising. Instead of disclosing who did it, they just were going to not allow any of it. Well, that sounds like it's a responsible decision, but our politics are such today that social media companies are the way in which many sort of candidates who have never run for office before end up gaining supporters and raising money for their campaigns. And so if you don't have the ability to run advertisements on Facebook or Google, it's very hard for somebody that isn't individually wealthy to be able to raise money to compete. So it's a very complicated ecosystem. There is space for regulation, but many of the decisions are going to have to be made by the companies themselves. They're going to have to decide that they want to be part of the solution, and thus far in the United States, they have not.
Let me shift at for our very last question here, and let me come to you, Senator Murphy, first. President Biden has said that he's going to convene a summit of democracies sometime during this year. What would you like to see come out of that summit of democracies?
Well, listen, I think the very existence of this meeting will send a signal that there is a unity of purpose amongst democracies and embolden democratic movements and reform communities in countries where the space for political dissent is narrowing. I hope that we understand that we have an economic interest as well as an interest in good governance that we share together. The Chinese, for instance, are perfecting an economic model in which they use their closed economy, made possible only because of their system of government, to midwife a technology, and then to be able to export it to the world at a cost that often we can't compete with. So as democracies, yes, we need to be talking about how to strengthen the right of political dissent, how to combat misinformation, how to make sure that more people have access to the ballot box. But we also have to have an understanding that our economies being linked together in a strategic way ultimately allows us to make the case to our people that democracy can deliver for you. Because right now, China can make the case that they are continuing to spend more people in the middle class at a higher rate than many democracies are. That becomes their advertisement. We need to join together and have our own conversation about how to lift our citizenry up together as a mechanism to defend the ability of democracy to deliver real economic mobility.
Madam Vice President, the last word. What would you like to see from the Summit of Democracies?
Well, I think that this is a great idea. We need to come back to show to the rest of the world that we are together on the same page with the universal values and with the conviction that we have to promote them. And I come back to your first question, whether there are similarities. I think that the EU and the US are both preoccupied by the current degradation of the state of democracy in the world, and we share the objective of renewing of democracy through cooperation with allies and incentivizing adherence to democratic values. So this is a very good chance for a new start, and I am really looking forward to be part of it, because we have already made first contacts with the administration, and there are big plans. There are already some concrete topics on the table which should be covered. Definitely there will be interesting debates about where we are with the digital democracy or democratic digital world, whether we are there or not, whether we can do more together. I'm sure we can, and I'm sure we have to talk about that and also make it clear to the rest of the world.
Senator Murphy, Vice President Jourova, let me thank you for this fascinating conversation. It's been a pleasure to moderate, and many thanks for joining us at the EU-U.S. Future Forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you so much, Fran, and many thanks to Senator Murphy and Vice President Jourova. There are long-reaching implications to how we handle questions of digital development and regulation. These technologies are transformative across private and public sectors, and the opportunities are apparent for practical, creative problem-solving and the application of these transformative technologies. Next up today, we'll highlight some of the sectors that are at the forefront of these innovations, utilizing technological achievements to push the envelope, to reimagine and reshape their industries, and to build normative frameworks around these emerging technologies. We'll start with a spotlight on transatlantic cooperation in combating organized crime from Catherine de Bolle, Executive Director of Europol, before turning to an in-depth conversation on managing emerging technologies, ethics, and geopolitics, moderated by our own David Bray, Director of the Geotech Center at the Atlantic Council. First, Director de Bolle.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to join you and contribute to this virtual US-EU dialogue celebrating our transatlantic relationship. First, let me say a few words about Europol before illustrating our joint work with our US counterparts through recent operational successes. Since information exchange is at the heart of law enforcement cooperation, Europol acts as the EU hub for criminal intelligence. Criminal analysis is at the core of our support to EU member states and international partners in investigations combating terrorism, cybercrime, and other serious and organized crime. We operate the Secure Information Exchange Network application, which is the leading tool for secure exchange of information among European police forces and external partners. We also enable a unique environment by hosting around 220 liaison officers from EU member states, countries outside the EU, and international organizations to help connect information. The community also includes liaison officers from 12 US federal and municipal law enforcement services. Europol supports member states and external partners like the US and Canada in complex investigations. Such as in the case of cybercrime, this crime area is borderless and often affects different jurisdictions. Such cases regularly have an international dimension and therefore require international and transatlantic cooperation and response. A recent operational success as the takedown of Emotet, which included the US and Canada, is a testimony to the power of the transatlantic cooperation. We work closely and coordinate with US authorities through the Joint Cybercrime Action Task Force at Europol, which is comprised of representatives from EU member states as well as US law enforcement agencies. The private sector is also key in combating cybercrime. Europol has a long-standing cooperation with US-based companies such as Microsoft through our advisory groups, which allow law enforcement and private sector to cooperate on cybercrime-related threats and challenges. I would like to highlight some significant operational successes we have had this year with our transatlantic partners. First, Operation NetForce Emotet takedown in January 2021, where together with the FBI, the UK, Canada and the EU member states and supported by Europol, authorities disrupted one of the most significant bottlenecks of the past decade, Emotet. In large operations like Emotet, no country alone can take the full investigation under their responsibility. Countries need to support different aspects of the investigation. In this case, every country has taken the lead in a certain part of the investigation, including the US. Likewise, dark market. The world's largest illegal marketplace on the dark web was taken offline on the 12th of January in an international operation involving Germany, Australia, Denmark, Moldova, Ukraine, the UK, and with the DEA, FBI, and IRS, and supported by Europol. With the help of US law enforcement authorities, 20 servers were identified and seized to take down the marketplace. The stored data will give investigators new leads to further investigate the selling of illegal commodities, such as weapons, drugs, and stolen or counterfeit credit card details. Therefore, international law enforcement cooperation with like-minded partners remains key. Europol is a perfect platform to support such global operations, and we are committed to continue to support EU and international partners in order to ensure the rapid exchange of operational information, to support real-time investigations, and to coordinate their implementation. I wish to thank you for the opportunity to share how our agency works to fight cross-border crime. Europol remains committed to this cause and appreciates the close cooperation with our transatlantic partners.
Hello, and with that intro and the conversation about how we can use technology to address transnational crime, we're actually going to have a really robust conversation now about both the upsides of technology and what it can do for democracies, as well as the challenges. I'm honored today. We have a very robust panel, some very interesting guests, and this is really going to be about the conversation that the good news is technology is democratizing the world. The bad news is technology is democratizing the world, and it raises interesting questions about how that super empowers people, both those who will use it for good ends as well as less than good ends, and how do we actually adjust our governance structures, both within our borders and across borders, to address these issues. I'd like to go first to our guest, Melissa. Melissa, you've been a longtime friend of the Atlantic Council. You're doing a lot of great work. If you could real quick, one, both introduce yourself, and then two, tell us what are your thoughts about what are the key issues that we need to be thinking about when it comes to technology, defense, and the transatlantic relationship?
Thanks, David. It's great to be here. So I'm Melissa Flagg. I'm a non-resident fellow with the Geotech Center at the Atlantic Council. I'm also a senior fellow at the Center for Security and Emerging Technology, and most of my career has been in emerging technology in the Department of Defense in various ways. I think the thing that I'm most both concerned about and excited about, I guess simultaneously, is that we do have such a large awareness at the moment of technology and the role that it plays in our individual lives, in governance structures, in warfare. I mean, it's so palpable at every level of society now. People are talking about it, they're thinking about it. It's in so many popular magazines. I think one of the challenges and concerns I have is that historically, foreign policy and national security have really been the domain of elites. And especially in the United States, this has been something that we think about overseas. It's not something that we've thought about in the context of domestic policy. And I think we're in a moment now where we have a lot of concerns about the effect of technology. We have a lot of excitement, I think, at the state and local levels for how it could grow economies. But we don't really have as much legitimacy of how this is being used in the international space with our domestic populations as I think we used to have, or perhaps we didn't care as much about, and there wasn't as much of a need to care about it, I think, 40 years ago. The other thing I would say through the lens of this transatlantic relationship that's so exciting to me is that I think we often, at least in the United States, spend so much time talking about China that we forget that 50% of the global investment in research and development is not in the US or China. And that's over $1.1 trillion annually of R&D that's out there in the rest of the world. And the EU, when treated as a bloc, the EU-27, is a significant force. And in fact, when we look at the merged corpus of scientific literature at CSAT, we actually see that the EU produces more scientific literature annually than either the US or China. And so I think it's a really fascinating moment where perhaps we've stopped talking about our relationship with the EU as much as we used to. And I actually think it's a moment when we need to really reverse that trend and consider how much power we have when we are actually acting in concert.
Excellent, Melissa. And I really liked how you said in your opening thoughts about that we used to relegate technology to the conversation of the elites, but then if the consequences of technology becoming democratized is we can no longer think about having conversations that way, that it'll be insufficient. So I look forward to circling back to some of your thoughts and some of the additional questions we asked as a panel together as we explore this space. I'd like to now go to Ulrika, and Ulrika, really welcome you coming all the way, recognizing of course it's virtual, but all the way to join us here today. And I'd be interested in your thoughts as well. What do you see as the pressing issues when it comes to technology and the transatlantic relationship as well?
Hi, thanks a lot, David. And yeah, good afternoon from London. I'm Ulrike Franke. I'm a senior fellow at the European Council on Foreign Relations, a European think tank where I lead the initiative on technology and European power. So I was really happy when Melissa said that the EU is a significant force here. That's not usually what we hear from the Americans most of the time. So I work quite a lot on military, artificial intelligence, AI in the defense and security realm. And so I want to highlight one area that concerns me and where I think as transatlantic partners, we need to work more together. And that is on interoperability, especially within NATO. I worry a bit that basically since the US has this sense of urgency, I would say, when it comes to using AI in the military realm. I'm sure many people that are watching us today have seen the National Commission on AI, National Security Commission on AI's recent paper. And I think this really conveys a sense of urgency that the US needs to adopt AI in the military realm more, not just in the military, but also. And I think we don't necessarily have the same urgency in Europe. When you look at the Europeans and their AI strategies, I actually read them all. So we have 21 AI strategies, national AI strategies being published in the European Union, and only a handful even mention that AI is a theme for the military and the defense realm. So I think there's this kind of transatlantic difference, which is concerning. But there's also the second element that within Europe, there are lots of different approaches. So as I said, 21 strategies, there are actually a few Europeans that really do care about this. I mean, France, most importantly, I'd say, France really is the leader when it comes to thinking about AI and tech in the defense and security realm. They have a military AI strategy as so far only European country. And then you have countries such as Germany, which is much more kind of reluctant to engage, and a lot of countries that don't even take on this issue at all. And so I think this kind of picture emerges where we may get a problem within NATO if some allies kind of move forward and some, just don't. And I don't want to see a situation where we have interoperability problems. And I really do believe that the military AI realm is an area in which the transatlantic partners can actually work together really nicely. I mean, not to say that there aren't controversial topics, of course, think lethal autonomous weapon systems, but actually I think this is much clearer an area where the Transatlantic Alliance can hold, and maybe there's more agreement than in the kind of civilian AI realm where there may be some more room to agree to disagree.
I really like that point, Ulrika, because I was in Afghanistan in 2009, and it literally took 1 week for things to go from US information systems to coalition information systems, which is not a really good situation to be in. And that was just information, let alone having interoperability across technology platforms. And you hit the nail on the head as well, that in some respects, it's easier if you're an autocracy because you don't have to worry about interoperability. You just say, this is a de facto standard. If you don't like it, you're either fired or imprisoned. Whereas here we have to do a consensus. And so I'd be interested in your thoughts real quick before I go to Letitia for her additional thoughts as well. Are there signs or proof points where you see where maybe we could actually move forward together in these space, or what's giving you hope in this area real quick?
Yeah, what's giving me hope is that NATO has definitely taken this on. So we, as many here may know, there is a NATO strategy on this specifically in the making, and I'm definitely waiting for that. So that gives me hope. What also gives me hope is that I think within NATO and within the MODs, people have understood that there are a few kind of low-hanging fruits, if you like. I'm specifically thinking about things like, logistics, sustainment, where I think it's relatively easy to work together. These aren't particularly controversial. It definitely helps interoperability. So I think that gives me hope. And I mean, the transatlantic relationship has its ups and downs, no question about it. And there are, areas where we may agree to disagree. I don't think the military realm is necessarily one of those. I think there is quite a lot of convergence there. Again, lethal autonomous weapon systems may be an exception here, but overall, I think this is an area where working together transatlantically is actually, should be possible.
Excellent. Well, thank you. And now, Letitia, recognizing you've done a lot of work in this space as well, and literally about space as well, I'd be interested in your thoughts about what are the most pressing issues for technology, defense, and the transatlantic relationship as well.
Thanks. I support emerging technology through my entrepreneurial activities, and I'm also an advisory board member of the Truman National Security Project. And so let me add 3 ideas to the great state of play that Melissa and Ulrike just painted for us. And I was it was music to my ear to hear Ulrike mention the sense of urgency. I think this is so critical. But I think that amongst what should be guiding this important transatlantic work on emerging technology, first, we need to come up with a framework of norms and values guiding the development of this technology that is innovation friendly. Second, a key pillar of the transatlantic strategy around emerging technology should be in aggregating innovation capabilities so we can better address shared challenges, in particular in areas where no single nation can meet these challenges alone. Third, and finally, we need to work together to figure out effective technology protection with regards to both investment screening process and export control, and to work together to regain the initiative in global tech competition.
Excellent. And so in laying it out, I mean, you talked a little bit more about norms and values. And I guess one of the questions I would say, are we seeing signs or efforts, and it seems like there is this sense of urgency, as you said, are we seeing efforts to move forward to try and actually figure out what are the values that bring us together, aside from the fact that we embrace democratic, democracies, but even then there may be differences as what does that mean? Are you seeing opportunities to actually try and work towards those norms and values? I'd be interested.
Yeah, I think there are opportunities. I think that framework really needs to be innovation friendly, and how we get there is that it should be guided by shared values that we think ought to be unwavering, but it needs to stipulate standards which we'll need to be able to review because they'll eventually become obsolete, and it must be non-prescriptive in terms of the methodologies to reach those standards. Of course, we'll also need to see a legal framework in place so we can advance the responsible use of these technologies. But I think we're seeing, some advancement in the field of digital identity, and there will be a lot more in the next few years, and that's very encouraging because it will greatly streamline that framework in terms of data governance and data privacy, which are key sticking points. And finally, I'd say that getting to a comprehensive framework will raise conundrums and lead to difficult conversation, and it will be critical to ask ourselves foundational questions. For example, if Russia and China do not ban AI from any systems, but we do, where does that get us, and what type of situations might we be faced with?
Excellent. And what I really like about how you said about focusing on digital identity as an early sign and things that we can move forward with our partners with the Future of Europe Center at the Atlantic Council, the Geotech Center, which has been focusing on how data and technology impacts geopolitics. We have a commission report that has bipartisan support, which I know bipartisan support in the United States can sometimes be hard to find, but it's coming out on May 26th, which actually is going to put forward at least 7 different areas, including space, global health, secure communications, digital economies, and more. And so we look forward to sort of helping to advance that conversation, because as you said, there are some proof points with digital identity. There may also be some proof points with supply chains, because we've realized with COVID-19, supply chains are fragile. that we can move forward. Melissa, I'd like to go to you, and not to put you on the spot, but you've played a role both with serving in federal government in the United States with the Department of Defense, but you're also an advocate, as you said, for a domestic agenda. Are there ways that we can link those that are focusing on domestic challenges we have here at home and bridging between the heartland and urban environments with what's also going on in Europe, and actually singing sort of almost like doing two things at once? Can we do both domestic efforts as well as international efforts when it comes to tech?
I absolutely think we can. In fact, lots of our states have individual relationships with all kinds of different countries. And so I think it's actually easier if we try to bring them in together for all of these countries that are bombarded by delegations from states. But I think perhaps the more interesting aspect of this is that, especially pulling on what Letitia said about this innovation-friendly framework. Well, innovation friendly in the United States, but not just in the United States, in the EU as well, means making sure that our private sectors are actually able to function in this environment. That's what innovation friendly means, right? Because the vast majority of R&D is neither funded by federal governments, nor is it performed by governments all over the world, and most especially in the national security sector. So I think that we need to lean into creating environments where we actually bring our private sectors together, where it's not just governments talking about our private sectors, but we're actually creating environments and alliances of industry sectors, or perhaps supply chain alliances that are complementary sectors, but not directly competing amongst each other. I do feel like there are a lot of opportunities here, but I don't think you can do innovation friendly if we don't bring some more actors to the table.
Well, and what I liked about you mentioning bringing additional actors to the table, you mentioned first the states themselves. And like you said, like, for example, Illinois, I know, has a cyber relationship through NATO with Poland. And so that's an interesting thing to explore. That's just one example. But then also possibly city states playing a role too. And then technology companies themselves. They are themselves becoming geopolitical actors, even if I know geopolitics is not a word that they would say they would use to describe their activities. They're influencing things. So Ulrike, I'd be interested in building on what Melissa and Letitia has said. You mentioned how we run the risk that if we're not careful, we may end up with 27 different flavors of an AI strategy. How can we work to try and figure out a cohesive strategy together, recognizing that different nations may have different views? I'd be interested in your thoughts. What would a strategy together look like?
Yeah, well, that is the challenge that the EU faces all the time and that NATO faces all the time. I don't think that there's a silver bullet. However, I think it's actually good news that the EU and NATO face this all the time. I mean, they have a tradition in trying to do this, right? They bring together these different views. I think one of the things I am looking at and paying attention to is not trying to reinvent the wheel when it comes to organizations. We've seen in the last few years, a lot of new forums being created that include some Europeans, some Asian countries, some leaders, if you like, from different regions. And while I understand what the logic is behind bringing these together, I think from a European point of view, from an EU point of view, but also from a NATO point of view, I think we need to be careful to not kind of replicate too many forums where then we have some NATO countries and some EU countries involved, but not others. So I guess what I'm saying is that, let's use the forums we have that have a history of working well, most importantly NATO in the military realm, and then the EU in other trade and economic areas, and let's not try to replicate too much different forums and organization, because that's not going to be helpful and going to contribute to yet another fragmentation between partners.
Well said, and I appreciate that. Agreed. Let's figure out ways we can work together as opposed to fragmentation, because fragmentation will always be a risk, but we can figure out how we can move together. And maybe, Letitia, I'd be interested in your thoughts, because I noticed behind you, of course, you have a photo of Earth from the moon, space, which, is this, supposedly the final frontier, who knows? But regardless, space, what can we do together in terms of space technologies between Europe and the United States as well, and other partners as well, such as Canada and other alliance partners?
So on the space front, I think the Artemis Accord is really a great opportunity for us to come together. There is, in fact, a spotlight by the lead for all international development for NASA a little later in the program. So if you permit, I will set aside the space question because I think our audience will get that through the spotlight. But I think you're talking about new frontier. And one idea I had brought up is the idea to aggregate innovation capabilities. And I think there's a great new frontier where we can do that, which is the digital ocean. And it's a concept that I'm really excited about that I think is prime for strong transatlantic collaboration. Essentially think of it as a vast network of sensors from seafloor to surface, creating an interconnected mesh of immediate data and communication that could uniquely afford us the capacity to meet growing challenges we have in the maritime domain, including new threats like those to our undersea water cables that could disrupt the global economy, but also cripple command and control of the NATO alliance. Now, against this gloomy image, imagine bringing together unmanned system, artificial intelligence, big data, blue tech, such as maritime robotics, including those powered by wind, wave, and solar. So we're able to see our oceans and leverage these emerging technologies to mitigate climate change, to protect undersea cables, to safeguard essential supply chains and strategic waterways. So that's the digital ocean concept, one that no single nation can achieve alone, but can be achieved in a transatlantic framework, which NATO as a lead with significant consultation with the EU and UN, would do extremely well. And I think it's a great use case of what those new frontiers are, where we can collaborate together, and how aggregating innovation capabilities is a winning formula and should be a critical part of our transatlantic strategy on emerging technologies.
I love that. I love that for two reasons, Letitia. One, as you pointed out, I mean, this is something that we have to do together. No one nation can do. The oceans themselves are international waters. And so thinking about how we address both the diplomatic aspects and the geopolitical aspects, and also the technology aspects, is going to be so key. And then two, you actually triggered some memories for me, because I actually had played a role with Dr. Robert Ballard back in the 1990s of all times, after he had found the Titanic. And it seemed at the time, the 1990s, whereas the oceans were the next place that we were going to go to explore, and then somehow we got distracted. So maybe we need to renew that sort of passion for exploring the oceans together. So I appreciate you sharing that. And Ulrika, building on what Letitia shared, it was really about this idea that it's AI meets the Internet of Things, meets robotics. Recognizing, we don't have anywhere enough time to probably grapple with this subject, but I'd be interested in at least your markers on, if we were to try and figure out a way to approach this together, dare I say the word regulation, or at least some governance of these different technologies, let's say for robotics, how might Europe and the United States work to try and make sure that we aren't fragmenting, for example, but instead working together?
Yeah. I don't know whether I have a great answer to that, other than, I mean, the conversation that we are having right now is, part of making sure that this happens. I think now that, or as the new US administration took power, they reached out quite a bit to Europeans, and Europeans, especially the EU, made some proposals in terms of, committees of the EU and the US working together. So I think that's what's needed, basically, conversations. I don't think we're going to come up with a real transatlantic regulation on any of these tech topics anytime soon. That seems, that's quite a big thing to do. The EU just put out a kind of first, it's not quite a draft, but a kind of first step when it comes to an AI regulation. That's already really difficult, and the EU is a trade union and can work together. So I don't think that we can do quite as much together. I think real kind of legal regulation is going to be hard, but still there can definitely be certain norms and rules that we write down and agree upon, again, within established formats as much as possible. And yeah, I think this is actually slowly happening. As I was saying at the beginning, I think the sense of urgency that the US feels isn't quite the same in Europe. I think, of course, a lot has to do with the competition from China, but Europe is increasingly taking this on as well. So yeah, I think in a way, this conference, to some extent, this panel is hopefully helping with making this possible.
Well, thank you for that. And I do like your view, which is we have to also recognize that, again, individual nations, as much as we want to collaborate, we also have to think about our own economy. We have to think about our own populations. It's this interesting challenge of we want democracies to work together, but they also are ultimately responsible to their own people. And they're in the interesting knot in which we find ourselves in. So I'm being told by the producers that we actually have to shave off about 1.5 minutes. So we're now going to go to the lightning round, and I'm going to go in the reverse order that we started. So I'm going to go first to Letitia, then to Ulrike, and then to Melissa for the close. But this is in about 2 to 3 tweet length answers. What would be 2 or 3 action steps that you would recommend that we take together? And so Letitia, I'll go to you first. What would you recommend that we think about as we move forward together in this space?
I would recommend we ensure we build an innovation-friendly framework, that we create a flexible emerging technology coalition, that we prioritize aggregating innovation technologies, but also flexibility to ensure as fast a pace as possible, which we will need to meet these new geopolitical challenges.
Well said. And what I like about that is, again, you've underscored the urgency, which I think is what we're all saying is without urgency, don't be surprised if we don't gather up the momentum necessary to move in this space. So thank you for that, Letitia. Ulrike, I'd be interested in your thoughts. What would be your 2 to 3 takeaways for leaders in this space that we should consider?
I've got 2. So number 1 is a tricky one, but I think it's definitely worth having the discussion about privacy and privacy rules within the transatlantic alliance. I mean, the idea is that, Europeans care more about privacy, although that seems a bit unfair, but this is definitely more a topic for them. But I think it's definitely worth discussing this at the transatlantic level, especially because I think here the competition from authoritarian states, from China in particular, may actually help. I think that there may be more convergence on some of these democratic values, such as privacy, because of that. So I think this is something we need to take on, even though eventually, we may not end up at exactly the same place. I think that's fine. And my second recommendation is basically what I said at the beginning. In the realm of military AI, NATO has a big role to play. I think it should really take this on, focus on cooperation in the areas that are the least controversial. Again, I would put forward logistics, but there are others as well, and make sure that we kind of ease our way into, working on these things together, and ensure that we can keep the interoperability within NATO alive.
Excellent. Well, and I liked how you pointed out there's both a civilian effort we could do with privacy. I think they could also link into what Letitia said earlier about digital identity, but then also a military effort in terms of thinking about how we address AI and algorithms. And so, Melissa, you get to bring it home for us. What are your 2 to 3 takeaways that we should think about as well?
So I think the first thing I'd like to just pull a little bit on something Ulrike said, and that is this idea that there is a different level of urgency, and we don't have to force everyone to agree. But what we might be able to do is actually start sharing some lessons about the fragility of AI, because quite frankly, in the military space, this urgency has some downsides. First adopters are often the ones that learn the lessons the hard way, and second adopters get to take the advantage of that, learn those lessons, and often stay in business longer. So I think there's a lot of opportunity here to really share some lessons learned around challenges and fragility of AI, and try to get better at that, as well as establishing some technical standards. So not these sort of higher level norms and values, but actually let's get NIST and its counterparts around Europe together to really talk about technical standards and interoperability, so that those who come in later already know the rules of the game and are able to contribute as they come into that. So I think that's one aspect of this, is really on the R&D side, but it's kind of where the rubber meets the road of making these emerging techs a reality and getting past the word innovation to the reality of innovation. I think the second thing I would say is I really do feel strongly about creating fora that bring together non-governmental actors that are the source of these technologies and innovations. it is uncomfortable to bring people who like to make money into conversations that may generally feel like a competitive space. I think we need to get over that discomfort. In the United States, 78% of R&D is funded outside of the federal government, and 90% of our American R&D is performed outside of government. It's time to bring the people who do it and fund it together.
Well said. And what I really like about it is you point out that we need to actually get to actual technical standards. I would say stay tuned to the space. In addition to Geotech Commission, over the summer, we're actually going to be mapping out all the different international tech and data standards groups, which will at least have us a sense of where are we and where are we not, and where we need to work together. With that, I want to thank our panelists. Thank you, Letitia. Thank you, Ulrika. Thank you, Melissa. You all are truly amazing. And to our audience, thank you for listening. And as we say here at the Atlantic Council, please be bold, please be brave and benevolent for the future ahead. With that, I'd like to pass the torch back to Ben and Leah. Thank you all.
Thank you, David. What a great panel. What a great conversation with a lineup at the crossroads of the business world, of policy, of government, Americans, Europeans. This is really what we're trying to bring together for the next 3 days. The US and the European Union have a unique opportunity to get on the ground floor as emerging technologies like AI, machine learning, quantum computing, and even space technologies rapidly develop with far-reaching economic and societal implications. The transatlantic community can lead the charge in building a coordinated normative framework that guides the development of these technologies while still encouraging innovation and creativity. A transatlantic strategy around emerging technologies is a values-driven strategy, and countering authoritarian competitors has to be a priority in any industry and in any country wrestling with these rapidly evolving technologies. This is a competition for economic and technological dominance, but more importantly, democratic and autocratic regimes are vying for the hearts and minds of citizens and leaders.
That's right. How can transatlantic cooperation combine foreign policy action with investments in critical and digital infrastructure, societal resilience, and inclusive economic growth, all in aid of displaying the practical benefits of democratic and open societies? How do the EU and the US engage their own citizens in this endeavor while still working together abroad? We'll turn now to Susan Glasser, staff writer at The New Yorker, to kick us off with a dialogue on strengthening the foundations of liberal democracy.
You and of course everyone who's joined the Atlantic Council today. It's my great honor to have a terrific panel for us today to talk about these issues. I can't think really of two better observers of this complicated and robust US-EU relationship than the two people with us today. We're joined by the President of Estonia, President Kersti Kaljulaid, who joins us from Tallinn. I believe you're just back from a trip to Poland today, and we're really honored to have you with us. And here, I think you're joining us from New Hampshire, but Senator Jeanne Shaheen, who is a leading Senate voice on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and a keen observer, I must say, over the years of what it looks like between Russia and the United States and how Europe figures in to that always wary competition. So thank you again to the Atlantic Council for bringing us together. Madam President, I'd love to start with you. And here's my question. President Biden has been inaugurated. The very first message that he had to you and other leaders in Europe was, hey, good news, America is back and we're ready to take our place again. At the table, he has put some action behind that, rejoining the Paris Climate Accord, rejoining multilateral organizations. But I have to ask you, what does America is back mean to you? And what do you think is needed right now to restore US credibility with allies and partners who may feel bruised after the last few years?
Thank you. Indeed, predictability is always good in diplomatic relations, but I have to say that Eastern Europe somehow has enjoyed this role of a really a child who has been taken really good care of in a bipartisan format always by US political parties, and I've sensed this all the time. So for us, we welcome this new vision. We really welcome this activism also to work towards solutions. For example, in Ukraine, we very much welcome the clear notice which was also given to Russia that the US is also following and observing what is going on close to Ukrainian borders. I felt this was the first time the value-based democratic union, which we all are together, was able to react ex ante and maybe have some success. It's a tiny, tiny success. We shouldn't be carried away. Crimea is still occupied, and war is ongoing in Georgia and Ukraine. But at least it was something. The situation did not deteriorate because ex ante there was attention. And this is indeed something which we here very much value in Eastern Europe.
Well, let me ask you, since we've jumped right into the question of Russia and Ukraine, I'd like to ask both of you. President Biden says that, I think surprised many people here in Washington by suggesting an early summit with President Putin, and says that they're now looking at doing that in June. Do you think, Madam President, that now is a good time for President Biden and President Putin to meet? And then to you, Senator Shaheen, same question. And also, what do you think we should be looking for to get out of a summit with the Russians at this point in time?
Frankly speaking, I had a long discussion with President Biden just before he announced his candidacy, and I'm not at all surprised that he's reacting quickly. And I mean, biding time in the situation when we know that we are normally a little bit behind the curve. I mean, there's nothing to win from it. We know what is the past, we know the present state of play, and hoping that maybe in the future there will be a better moment. I think this is ridiculous. Moments don't happen. I mean, better moments, we make them happen. So this meeting will make, hopefully, a better moment to arrive to resolve some tensions.
Well, I agree with that. And, you know, we talked to the Soviet Union throughout the Cold War. It's important to maintain those lines of communication. But we also need to be clear that we're going to hold Russia accountable for misdeeds that it does. And I was pleased that President Biden, in his first conversation with Vladimir Putin, raised the concerns about their actions in interrupting our elections, in their disinformation throughout and trying to disrupt activities in Eastern Europe, their efforts to put bounties on our troops in Afghanistan. He was very clear. And then the issuing of sanctions very early in his 100 days, so that Putin is clear that we are going to be watching what Russia does. We are going to look for ways to hold them accountable, but we're going to talk at the same time. And I don't think we should have any illusions about what is happening in Russia, about Russia becoming a democratic country. We're seeing people protest in the streets now over their arrest of the main opposition leader, Alexei Navalny. And we know what's happening in Russia, but we don't want to end all communication with the country. And so let's do the summit. Let's start talking. And you know, one of the advantages, as you're going to be talking throughout this forum, is that we have allies in the United States, and the EU and our European allies are our strongest allies, and that presents a united front to Russia.
Can I ask you though, Senator, what do you think that President Biden, what is even on the agenda at this point with Russia in terms of constructive cooperation or something different? I mean, this is the 5th US president that Vladimir Putin is dealing with. He's been around this road before. He craves the attention and legitimacy that superpower symmetry gives him at a moment where, you know, that in and of itself appears to be something that Biden is giving to Putin. What is it that he should be looking to get in return?
Well, I'm not sure that getting something in return is realistic for an initial summit. I do think, you know, we just extended the New START agreement,
talking about where we are with denuclearization and with the military buildup that Russia's doing of their missile capacity and other activities that Russia is engaging in countries, particularly in Eastern Europe. I know that the president can talk about what she sees in the Baltic countries, but making sure that he knows what our red lines are. That's very important. We don't want anybody to miscalculate what we're going to respond to and take an action that is going to prompt our reaction in a way that is going to escalate a situation. So those are the kinds of things I think we ought to be thinking about for that summit.
So President Kaljulaid, to the question of what is it that you see Vladimir Putin doing right now, you made the point that the troops have withdrawn from the border, but the conflict continues in Ukraine. Can you give us your best understanding of what you think Putin was doing by sending more than 100,000 troops to the border of Ukraine? And was that a message to the new president here in Washington? It's a pretty expensive way to get attention. It costs a lot of money to send 100,000 troops anywhere in this world. So what was going on there, and what do you think we should draw from what's just happened?
I don't think we should join the guessing game, what was going through his mind, frankly speaking. What I think is that we need to understand that during the last decade, probably also Russia has realized that with economy in bad shape, with bad demography, it is morphing from a global power to a regional risk to European neighborhood. And therefore, it realizes as well that if he wants to turn the game and have a power-based world order instead of the rule of law and value-based world order, he needs to act quickly, cheaply, because resources are scarce, and unpredictably. And this is what he's been doing. I mean, Salisbury, totally unpredictable, for example. Meddling with democracies may be predictable, but very many people think it must be going on more often in the regions neighbors to Russia, which is not true. Affecting bigger democracies actually pays you more back and helps you to save resources. So change the game quickly, act cheaply and unpredictably, and realize that unlike the other global competitor, China, your window of opportunity of changing the game is closing. It's not opening because of the economic realities which you are facing. And if we understand this, then I believe we can understand what are behind these really unpredictable and very often counterproductive steps which have been undertaken. Because if you think in 2008, 2014, that was a certain logic. 2008, Russia attacked Georgia. European and general Western reaction was relatively weak. They made the calculation that going after Crimea is probably safe. However, we recognized it. After Ukraine, we've had a lot of strategic patience, and I think we should continue having strategic patience. Hence, our red line in Ukraine, which is not only don't occupy Ukraine, but don't try these kind of tricks further in Eastern Partnership countries. This has helped. Now, what could we do to make our point stronger? We could actually say that despite the fact that you have partially occupied Georgia and Ukraine, if these countries, make good progress in developing the rule of law, they could have the European perspective, and they shouldn't be dropped by West like hot potato just because you have beaten them. And if we can get this message through, I believe we have broken this chain of we act and you don't react. This is one thing which we need to understand. And second thinking is indeed that these small elements of trying to break our unity, we see it all the time. For example, forwarding the message that Finland and Estonia have different risk perception vis-a-vis Russia. Not at all true. If you read the documents of two nations, exactly the same. One is NATO member, another isn't, but there is a total understanding between the two of us. What actually is at stake. So we need to think always that what Russia will do next, explosion in Czech Republic, whatever, we don't know. It will be small and it will be meant to create this confusion, which we don't understand.
Well, if I could add to that, that's why it was so important when recently in Georgia, as they were having differences between their ruling party and the opposition party, to try have the EU and the United States work with the Georgians to try and resolve that, so that Russia doesn't have that opportunity to continue to meddle in Georgian affairs. And what I agree with you wholeheartedly, Madam President.
So there's an example, though, of course, where there are always going to be disagreements, both here in Washington, inside the administration, as well as with partners in Europe. Both Senator Shaheen, you and the president, you both support a tougher line coming from the United States and Europe with regards to the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, for example. And there's been a lot of pressure on the new Biden administration, which so far they've resisted to impose further sanctions on German and other companies doing helping to finish the building of that pipeline. How do you see that fight playing out? I mean, do you see that as an example where Russia benefits from these disagreements, or whether now is a moment to urge Biden to take this sort of more tough line with Putin?
Well, I think Russia definitely benefits from the Nord Stream 2 pipeline and from any disagreement around it. There is bipartisan opposition to that pipeline in Congress. I've been one of the senators who has supported sanctions, and we were able to stop it a year ago, and then Russia has figured out a way around that. I appreciate that there are issues with Germany, which is one of our important allies, and we need to address those. But stopping the Nord Stream 2 pipeline would be a blow to Russia economically, and it would also have an impact on helping Ukraine, which we would like to do, and address the long-term energy future for Europe. So I think this is one area where there are some real benefits, and I will continue to urge the Biden administration to move much faster than they've been willing to do so far.
Madam President, you're also concerned about Nord Stream 2. What do you think Biden should do?
Well, I think we should collectively make all this pipelinery obsolete. I mean, we don't need these kind of pipelines in the future. I mean, gas is not a green fuel. Europe is going through a clean turn and it's planning to be neutral by 2050. CO2 prices here are exorbitant. President Biden is taking similar steps. What we should do, we should fast forward our ambition. And I was just in Poland and we were discussing Baltic Sea offshore grid. I think we should also discuss smart connectivity, which is one of the themes of the Three Seas initiative, which the US has always been a very active participant. We can connect, for example, all Eastern European countries with smart roads, smart railways, also make sure that they are efficient and energy efficient. Also, we need pipelines not for gas, but for hydrogen. All Eastern European pipelines are totally unsuitable for hydrogen transport because their quality is, the old Soviet quality, is absolutely not suitable. So there are many things which we could do to help also Ukraine. And I know that, for example, Ukraine is not part of the Three Seas initiative, but the projects of the initiative can also have one end in Ukraine. And if we are successful in proving that through the Three Seas First Fund, that this private-public partnership model where we both invest and contribute, European Union, US, I think this is actually the biggest ongoing EU-U.S. economic development program right now. We could create a special fund to invest more in Ukraine, other Eastern partners, and also the Balkan countries to also push off predatory capital coming from wherever, and Russia is not the only one there trying to invest and gain influence. So we have many things which we could actually do to make sure that Ukraine will not miss this gas transit in the future. Nobody in Eastern Europe should miss this gas transit. And we have ample opportunities also to use digital technologies, smart links, smart opportunities. And I would like to add one little element here, which was discussed between US, Australia, Japan, others, the blue dot. I don't know whether you are thinking of continuing with this trademark or rewording and rethinking this idea. But we need not only smart, but safe connectivity, safe technologies. And by the way, we are organizing in Tallinn in September a conference on smart connectivity of the Three Seas nations. And we want to revive the discussion about safe technology there as well. So you're all very much invited to Tallinn to discuss this. how we could reshape Eastern European economic future, create a model to reshape also the Eastern Partnership economic future, and as such render Nord Stream 2 totally obsolete.
My guess is that everyone listening to this is so eager to go anywhere in person. They will all be showing up in Tallinn in September now that you have invited them. But you actually have been traveling, and I want to change just a little bit. I want to ask you, because you recently went to Afghanistan to visit the Estonian troops who've been there. Estonia has been part of the U.S. mission in Afghanistan for this incredible, no one expected 20 years of NATO presence in Afghanistan. President Biden has said we're withdrawing. First of all, do you agree with that decision? And how concerned did you come away from your trip being in terms of whether the government in Kabul can stand up to the Taliban after this US and NATO withdrawal?
To a certain extent, I believe none of us wants NATO to turn into United Nations mission type of mission provider. We have in UN, for example, the Lebanon mission is 50 years old. It costs $1 million per day to run, and is a major income source for the countries where it is located. So in this sense, I totally understand what we are doing coming away from Afghanistan. Estonia has been there since 2003. So a whole generation almost. And when I was talking to civil society in Afghanistan, then of course they are very worried, because they have seen that our presence there and the fact that the country is not ruled by Taliban means that instead of only 1 girl per 5 boys goes to school, now the ratio is 1 to 2. The women dying in childbirth, the number is 3 times lower. It is still almost the worst in the world, but 3 times lower. And I was talking to the chairwoman of the Midwives Society there. They have 34,000 midwives, 6,000 only are needed, because many people simply don't allow women to go to the doctors. So it's that simple. All these positive developments are because we have been there. And even if we have lost quite a lot of lives, Estonia per capita also has. I was happy to discuss with our soldiers who are still there that we have probably saved a high number of lives or made lives better as well. So we definitely need not abandon Afghanistan. We need to find other ways and means to support them. And the government was optimistic. They can hold Taliban at bay, but only if also in the whole region, we can organize discussions about the safety and the guarantees for Afghanistan Islamic Republic.
Senator Shaheen, you've been one of the most vocal Democrats who've raised concerns about President Biden's decision. So first of all, what is your current level of concern about whether and in what way the Taliban might end up toppling the government in Kabul? And related to that, this was a unique mission for NATO, essentially to say not that we were attacked, but that when the United States was attacked, we were all attacked. Do you think anything like this will ever be possible again, in terms of the mission of NATO? And is that a success in your view, or is it a failure?
Well, I think it's a success. I think our NATO allies help give us strength as we're looking at our adversaries around the world. And I certainly appreciate, as I know all Americans do, the support from our NATO partners like Estonia and those troops who have gone to Afghanistan and served right alongside American troops and have fought and died together. It has been very important, as the president says, in terms of both defeating Osama bin Laden, but also in looking at the advancements that have happened in Afghanistan because of the support from the United States and our NATO partners. I think that has been the most successful security pact in world history, NATO. And while there are changes that we need to make in order to continue to face the new emerging threats, it is one of the things that we are able to rely on that gives us strength. And as you point out, Afghanistan, September 11th was the first time that NATO invoked its Article 5 provisions, and our partners went to bat for us. I am concerned about the president's decision. I appreciate how difficult it was. Nobody wants our troops to be someplace for 20 years still fighting, but I fear what the ramifications will be. Clearly, the Taliban has not lived up to what they supposedly negotiated at the bargaining table, where they said they would cut ties with Al-Qaeda and other terrorist groups. We haven't seen that. The level of violence was supposed to decline. That hasn't happened. In fact, it's increased. I had the opportunity to speak with a number of women leaders yesterday from Afghanistan, parliamentarians, the acting minister of women, and the head of the Women's Caucus. And what I heard from them was real fear and concern about what was going to happen for women and girls, that the Taliban continues to hold the fundamentalist beliefs of Sharia law that they had when they were ruling Afghanistan, and they fear a loss of their rights, of the rights that were written into the Afghan constitution that we have seen and that the president talks so eloquently about when she talks about a number of women who are able to survive childbirth now because they can get health care, the number of girls that are in school, women in the workplace, doing all kinds of jobs. And what we've seen over the last several months is a deliberate assassination campaign to wipe out the highest profile women in their workplaces, particularly women in the media. The international community cannot allow that to go on. We have got to make it very clear to the Taliban that they cannot continue those kinds of activities in the future.
So I think, President Karyulide, I'm going to go back to where we began, actually, which is the question of the credibility of the U.S. in the world, right? We say these things are unacceptable in Afghanistan, and yet in many ways they've been accepted. Russia, it seems to me, has become an expert at testing the credibility of our resolve when it comes to places like Ukraine. President Biden often now frames his foreign policy and even his domestic policy around the contest between autocracies like Russia and China and democracies. He's proposed a summit of democracies. Do you think that is a good idea to have a summit like that? What would you do with European countries that are backsliding democracies? And how do you think Russia looks at all of this?
I truly believe that through this pandemic, we are coming to the world where we realize that, for example, there is urgency in our climate action. There is also urgency in helping women, children, adolescents, which UN is putting quite a lot of emphasis upon. And particularly in this first element, saving the planet, many people would say that democracy is not delivering because the process is very slow. And I think, therefore, it's very important for us to demonstrate that the true advancement of humankind can only be delivered by free people, because free people only are creative. And we must demonstrate that in democratic world, we can set ourselves objective and quickly achieve it. And for that reason, I believe there might be a value in coming together and discussing what are actually the advantages of democracies, where free people, out of their free will, because they understand what is at stake, are collectively taking actions to resolve the problems which we have, as opposed to technocratic, autocratic leaders who will simply tell to people what needs to be done or do it to them without the involvement of the people. I am a strong believer that free world always, does better, simply because, you need creativity, and only free people are creative. But coming together and reinforcing this message might actually be timely to do just now when we are exiting this pandemic. Just one idea, but there might be other streams of thought, of course, where we need to discuss it. Similarly, for example, technology in free world, which happens and its development happens in private sector. We need to involve this private sector technology to make sure that also our defense technologies are developing. This is new to free world. When nuclear weapons were developed only by governments, nowadays in our system, technology happens in private sector. In autocratic models, technology still happens in government. It's an advantage if we recognize it and use it, but we need to recognize it's different. Another reason why to have such a debate. There might be many more.
Well, you've brought up several times the issue of climate change and how it might figure into a kind of reimagined U.S.-EU relationship. And so actually, Senator Shaheen, we partnered with the University of New Hampshire in your state to get some questions here in the short time we have. And one of the best ones was around exactly this issue from Marina Cardoso-Villanavaz from UNH, who actually asked, now that climate change and ambitious goals related to climate change are part of the new president's administration, how could that factor into our diplomacy in a way it hasn't before? We tend to think in more traditional security terms. I'm just curious if you want to expand as a final word in this conversation on the president's points. Do you see a role for climate change diplomacy in confronting Russia?
Well, I do. And I think not just Russia, but in terms of, as her question asks about all of our diplomacy, one of the things that I have signed up for with Bob Menendez, head of the Foreign Relations Committee, is legislation that would coordinate in all of our foreign policy a focus on climate, what we need to do to respond to climate change. So how do we ensure that that's part of what we do through USAID, through the Development Finance Corporation? And we know that Russia is heavily dependent on fossil fuels. And it's not only for their own energy, but for their revenue, for what they count on in terms of the dollars they have to spend. And so if we can help those countries like Ukraine, those countries that have been cut off by Russia, to ensure that they don't have to depend on Russia anymore for their energy, then that gives us some leverage with Russia that we haven't had before. Plus, it helps us as we look at what we need to do to respond to climate change. So I think looking at all of the ways that we can infuse our foreign policy with those climate responses is going to be very helpful, not just with Russia, but in terms of other things that we have to do.
Well, I wish we could keep going because there's obviously a lot more we could discuss. What a fantastic conversation. We're really honored that President Kaljulaid has agreed to join us from Tallinn today, and Senator Shaheen from the great state of New Hampshire, and all of you for listening. I'm going to go back to the team at the Atlantic Council now, but I want to thank everyone for this really thoughtful and provocative conversation today. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and welcome to Tallinn and to Lennart Meri, and also why not to the Digital Summit discussing the Blue Dot future and smart connectivity being safe as well. So thank you all.
You're going to have
I hope I can get there.
I hope so too. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Susan. And what an honor, President Kaljulaid, Senator Shaheen, to be with you today. And we're really looking forward to being able to travel back to Tallinn and all over Europe, of course. This has been, I think, really a critical conversation where we talked about foreign policy challenges, confronting Russian aggression, defending Ukrainian and Georgian sovereignty. We talked about Afghanistan, and I think this was a really important conversation to end today's first day of the EU-U.S. Future Forum. Leah, what are the key takeaways for you of this day of conversation?
Yeah, absolutely. It was fantastic to hear about the cooperation that the transatlantic community is facing on democratic resilience, things like emerging technology. The EU and the US have been partners in developing, protecting, and advancing the norms and values that have brought peace and prosperity to so many people over the past 7 decades. Now, as the transatlantic community navigates another period of rapid transformational changes, made even more urgent by our current global public health crisis, the EU-US relationship, built on 70 years of shared values, experiences, and long-term strategic goals, remains a critical asset for both the European Union and the United States.
Yeah, it was great this morning to hear Secretary Albright, who talked about the 1989 generation, talked about the challenges to liberal democracy today, and say that it's really important also to explain the European Union to Americans and to American policymakers. And this is also the purpose of these 3 days of exchanges. We've heard the Portuguese foreign minister, who holds the current presidency of the European Union, a rotating presidency, talk about the priorities of Lisbon for the 6 months. We've had very intense exchanges on tech, digital issues, AI, and many of our speakers from Europe and the United States making the case for the creation of a Tech and Trade Council. We can have a platform to exchange on these issues. We'll talk more about this in the next few days.
From climate change to trade and economic recovery to protecting liberal democracy and ensuring transatlantic security, the next 10 years and the next 70 years will require active coordination from both the US and the EU. We'll cover all these areas and more over the next 2 days, so stick with us. As a reminder, you can view the agenda for May 6 and 7 tomorrow and Friday, and you can catch the recordings of all of our sessions on the Atlantic Council website, atlanticcouncil.org, and in the EU-FF event app. Share your highlights from today's dialogues on social media using the hashtag EU-FF2021.
Yeah, we really look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow. We have other leaders of the European Union, from the European Commission, foreign ministers, heads of states, and of course, leaders in the United States. Thank you so much for joining us today for this first day of the EU-U.S. Future Forum here from the Atlantic Council headquarters in Washington, D.C.